Oh, two-factor authentication.
I just had to change my password again. Never remember it. Type in the old one.
I would tell you all about my secrets on my passwords, but the mics are hot. So I shall not. Good thought.
Take a look for these. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to call to order the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal informal session for April 7th, 2022. It is 10 o'clock in the morning. And Commissioner Stewart, would you lead us in the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so our calendar session. I think everything was on the joint calendar. If Commissioners, do you have anything to add? I know we have an AOC Board of Directors meeting on the 11th at 1.
Never looked good to me. What's my
Investment Advisory Committee on the 13th at 9 o'clock. Other than that, it helps.
The Chehalem Cultural Center candidate forum is the 13th.
I will be there. And I saw on the invite that you will be there, Commissioner Sarah.
I will be there. Thank you for the reminder. I'll write that down.
Just in case.
Okay, so the 13th at what time?
6 to 7:30.
And that's the Commissioner candidate forum / debate.
The Chehalem Chamber
Mhm.
candidate forum.
Okay. That brings us to public comment. This time period is reserved for public comment on any topic other than agenda items, a quasi judicial land use matter, or a topic scheduled for a public hearing. And we did receive a few written public comments. Does anyone in the virtual audience or here today have public comment to add? That is not an agenda item. No? Okay, that brings us to item E is department updates, and we are being joined by Jessica Beach, our Director of Community Justice. Welcome, Jessica.
Yes, please.
I'll do my best. Let me know if I need to pull it closer. No one has ever told me or complained of me being quiet. So thank you so much for being allowing me to be here today. Hello to the commissioners and to the chair. Just for the record, my name is Jessica Beach and I am the Community Justice Director. As I was preparing my updates today, I realized that I haven't been before you since October of 2019 due to COVID, unbelievably. So it is a true pleasure that I am here before you today. Thank you for the time. As I go through my updates, please feel free to ask questions, or if there's anything else that you have interest in, feel free to ask questions or contact me. Well, so I will begin just with an official record. The Community Justice Department oversees our Adult Home Probation Division, our Juvenile Probation Division, our Detention Facility, and Parks and Rec, although that will be changing, shifting here a bit as of July 1st. So I'll start with the Adult Division update. I wanted to make the commissioners aware of a very important piece of legislation that passed in the short session of 2022 Senate Bill 1510 that came into effect as an emergency clause on March 24th, signed by the governor. This is a really major piece of criminal justice reform that will have some pretty significant impacts to community corrections. So I won't go through every change or modification, but I'll just hint on those that directly affect my department and statewide community corrections. So one of the major changes was the prohibition of law enforcement from being able to initiate traffic stops based solely on certain traffic violations. Now, certainly that doesn't affect my division. We don't commit traffic stops, certainly. The second that is really going to be quite a significant change is the removal of general condition number 2, which is the inability to use intoxicating substances for those placed on supervision, community supervision. Presumably, this is due to the passage of Measure 110 that has decriminalized drug substances and made it more of a violation. They can still be added by the parole board or the court as a special condition. So it will be interesting to see future as to how that works out. And certainly we're working together with the VA, Judicial Department, and of course the directors statewide to feel the changes as we go through time. Additionally, there was the removal of the ability for community corrections to hold justice-involved individuals accountable for refusing to seek employment or schooling. Now, I will be the first to admit to you, it's not been our practice for years, for decades, ever in my career, known that we would actually sanction somebody for not being employed or not seeking education. So even though that prohibition is now in place, we plan to continue to work with our clients, knowing what evidence-based practices tell us about the importance of employment and education. And using our assessment tools and case plans will continue to guide our clients towards those resources, most certainly. An additional requirement is the requirement of a collaborative rule adoption between the Department of Corrections and the Community Corrections Directors, which I think will be a very great process concerning supervision reporting standards, using evidence-based practices, of course. And the concepts here are to consider the least disruptive manner for our clients to report to the PO, avoiding unnecessary hardships, considering transportation barriers, childcare issues, all of those type of various motions, and as well as offering a broad array of various ways of reporting to their PO. So that is going to be an interesting process for sure. I know we're developing a wide committee of various stakeholders to be involved in that process. So,
and you've already had to do that during the pandemic, so
yeah.
You've learned.
And you got to move fast, right? We've gotten quite used to moving fast and things changing day by day, for sure. And one more change that I wanted to mention to you is a requirement for our POs to receive continued education, which means it's a requirement for our DPSST, our police maintenance requirements for trauma-informed care, culturally specific services, and de-escalation tactics. So I know that's something that we're working on statewide and in partnership with the police academy to determine appropriate curriculum. It will be interesting. I know when I went to the academy as a probation officer, the academy was 4 weeks with 1 week for finals. It's now 6 weeks with 2 weeks for finals. Additional requirement, it may be as long as 8 weeks with 2 weeks of finals, so 10 weeks. So quite a change for us, certainly, but we welcome the additional certification. So moving on into adult, it's with mixed emotion. that I officially inform you that Vicki Wood, our business manager, has announced her retirement. Unbelievably, she's been with the county for 33 plus years. She oversees our adult and our juvenile clerical staff, as well as finances for both departments. So she will be a huge, huge boss. Initially, she wanted to retire March 31st, but she was kind enough to say, I'll hang around till you can find a replacement. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
She must have a lot of trust in you
Yes.
to be willing to leave.
Right?
Highest recommendation. Sorry to interrupt you.
She is going to be a huge loss for us. It's kind of funny. I planned to bring her with me to celebrate or more embarrass her, quite frankly. But unfortunately, she had a conflict in schedule and wasn't able to be here. But we won't let her get away too easily. Right. But the good news is she has agreed to stay on even once we find a replacement for her position as a contract employee part-time to assist with the transition, because certainly there's a lot of workload that she does that quite frankly nobody else could train on. So I'm very grateful to her for that willingness and her patience while we fill this recruitment. So speaking of, we do have an open business manager recruitment. And I'm happy to report we held the second phase of that recruitment process this week. And we have offered the position to a very highly qualified candidate. Pending completion of background, but I'm very hopeful and I think this person will be a great position.
Great.
So hoping to have this person on board sooner than later. And so is Vicki. Certainly. So any questions about adult before I move on to Parks and Work Crew briefly? Okay. So certainly I won't go into a great deal of detail with regard to the reorganization of the Parks Division. I understand that the Public Works Director, Mike Lago, did so in his presentation and update to you, but certainly you're aware of that. Work Crew will remain under Community Justice or in partnership with the Sheriff, but the new Parks Manager will have a continued role in oversight of that program as well. So just a quick update, if you haven't heard already, we did have an open recruitment for our Parks Manager. Our previous manager left in December to move to Texas. So we've been working very closely, Mark Lago and I, on that recruitment. And I'm pleased to report we have made an offer to Travis Pease, who comes to us with Parks Division experience from the city of Wood River, and he will be joining us as of May 9th. So we're delighted to have him as well. I think he will be an excellent addition, very qualified candidate. So moving on to juvenile probation. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our education transition specialists. And I know, during budget session, I've spoken to the commissioners about this position. It has been supported the last two bienniums and this current biennium through grant funding through the Oregon Department of Education Youth Development Division. And so the person that had filled this position for the last two bienniums, she decided to move on and seek other career goals. And so currently the position is vacant. And although we have this grant funding for the 21-23 biennium, despite two recruitments, we just have not been able to find a qualified candidate. And at this point, being in April and knowing that by the time that we try a third recruitment, we get somebody on board and the grant ends as of June 30th, 23, we made the difficult decision that we're going to go ahead and terminate that contract. As a result, though, I'm pleased to tell you that the Multnomah County Education Service Division, who our detention service contracts with through the Oregon Department of Education, will be applying for those funds to provide that same support to Yale County in the meantime. And they already have staff in place. And just to move back a little bit, what the purpose of this position is to assist youth who have been in detention or are currently on probation with our department that display high-risk needs for education, to connect those youth with the appropriate resources in the community. So certainly a very, very valuable resource, as you can imagine how important and directly connected to recidivism education can be. So I'm pleased to say that NESD will continue those services And even further, if for whatever reason they're not able to solidify that funding, through new legislation as of July 1 of 23, that funding will be provided. So we're very pleased either way that we're going to have those services in place, because in the last 2 bienniums, we found it incredibly valuable to our youth. So any other questions about juvenile probation?
So just for clarification, the service district was always providing that position in terms of the instructor inside the detention facility, but it was the funding that was coming from grant versus from
I
them.
appreciate your clarification. So they receive state funds, meaning MESD receives state funds for the actual teacher that is in our detention
Okay.
facility. But this was a new and innovative position that we came up with as a county to apply for these specific
Yeah.
grants. Separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. And that's the difficulty too with supporting personnel with grant funds, is you never know from biennium to biennium
Mhm.
if the grant will still be available, or if the program you're supporting will still be a viable one. So that was part of the difficult decision that we had to make as well. But I feel that we're making the right decision. I cannot hate to hire somebody and not be able to
Sure.
maintain that person. So,
Great.
did that make sense?
Yes.
Commissioner?
Thank you.
Chair, I have a question.
Sure.
Jessica, thank you for your presentation. It's really nice to see you. Nice to see your face.
Thank you. Commissioner.
A question about OYA returns to the county, and is there sort of a interim juvenile detention concept when they come back? Are they automatically going back to their original, let's say it's a foster placement or it's their home? Or is there sort of an interim period where they're in juvenile detention?
Great question. So to my knowledge, I wish I had my detention and juvenile probation managers here to correct me if I give you incorrect information. And if I am, I will reconnect with you afterwards, Commissioner. But once they go into OYA placement, once they're released, they do not come to our detention facility in any means. And in fact, they have OYA separate parole officers that supervise and oversee those particular cases. So if there is a need to return to placement, typically we're trying to look at the least restrictive type of placement, or OYA is certainly. So looking at some type of residential care or return to the facility if necessary. But I'm not as familiar with the OYA portion because it is completely separate from our juvenile probation program.
And just anecdotally, you see a lot of OYA or Oregon Youth Authority returns to the county coming through juvenile detention?
No, not returns to, meaning once they've been placed with OYA.
Well, meaning when they come back to the community, are we seeing visits to juvenile detention from that population?
And I don't believe that per statute, they can reside in our detention facility because it's a county facility. Does that make sense?
Well, once they're out of the custody
Right.
of OYA and out of their supervision, and they're off that.
Oh, I see what you're asking, Commissioner. I apologize. I don't have the data with me to support that, but I can certainly find that for you and provide it to you at a later time. Great question.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, moving on to our detention update. So I'm pleased to report we did have a full-time corrections specialist recruitment for a vacant position. We had somebody that left to go to the Department of Corrections. But I'm pleased to say that we have a pending job offer as well for that position. A very qualified candidate as well. We're very fortunate based on our current climate with regard to recruitment. And we're hoping that this person will be on board with us in detention as of April 24th. Per pending final approval of the administration, certainly. And I think you've probably seen, Commissioners, a couple of these contracts already filtered through, but my detention management team and myself have really been working towards determining a small but fair increase in our detention bag rental. And quite frankly, I think it's been well over a decade, if not longer, in which we've actually shifted those costs. But in order to accommodate our actual daily costs as well as the increase in personnel costs, we found is necessary. And we're finding that the other jurisdictions are very amenable and understanding of this requirement. So you, I believe, have been seeing those trickle through certainly. So just a little background there, that in the state of Oregon, there's only 11 detention facilities across the 36 counties. So these type of agreements are pretty commonplace because there is the need occasionally, although we hope the less use, the better of detention. But certainly other counties have that need as well. So hence the need for those contracts. Currently, we have contracts with Polk, Clatsop, Columbia, Tillamook, and Crook County. And I'm pleased to say that Washington County is scheduled to come for a site visit and is considering us as contractors as well. So I'm delighted to be here.
Nice.
Any questions about detention before I move on to my final agenda item?
No.
Great, and let me know, am I taking too much time?
No, you're good.
We're good. There's a lot of things to hear about.
I'll speed it up.
It was like, I don't even know how long, over 2 years, right?
So with regard to our pretrial department, I'm pleased to say that through our Justice Reinvestment Grant, which is provided to us through the Criminal Justice Commission, in partnership with Portland State University, Yamhill County is participating in a statewide pretrial risk assessment validation study. And it is being funded entirely through the 3% of Justice Reinvestment funds that are retained by the CJC, specifically for research to determine whether or not justice reinvestment continues to be a benefit to the state. So last time that we had a validation study in Yamhill County for our pretrial risk assessment tool was 2013. Evidence-based practices tell us we should do so every 5 years, but as you can imagine, it's quite a costly endeavor. So to have this benefit come up to Yamhill County for free is quite tremendous. And I should add, the Oregon Judicial Department is also participating in that, and they're providing some judicial data to support that research study. So it should be completed in the summer, and I'd be happy to bring back results of those in the
Super exciting.
And then lastly, I will just mention one very quick update with regard to some very important legislation with regard to pretrial justice. Senate Bill 48 that passed in July of 2021. This is the first Oregon pretrial reform since 1977, believe it or not. So this is really a gigantic move for Oregon. And the main intent was to provide a consistent release decision-making structure across the state to reduce reliance on money bail for release from custody, to include provisions of victim notification and input, and to balance the rights of the defendant and the presumption of pretrial release against the community and victim safety. So it did include a small amount of money to assist with implementation. The first phase was the Chief Justice brought together a Criminal Justice Advisory Commission. We worked together. I'm pleased to say I was asked to be part of that work to develop a framework that we then submitted to the Chief Justice for final approval. And essentially it goes through who has the releasing authority, whether it be the sheriff in the jail, whether it be the judge, whether it be a release assistant officer, for what crimes and what risk level. So provides that framework. Second phase is each presiding judge of each county will go through and develop their own framework based on that approved framework of the Chief Justice. And then we start working on implementation. So they're going to focus first on those counties that have no pretrial justice programs. And secondly, they're going to focus on those that only have release assistance officers. And then thirdly, they'll be looking at programs such as ours, which include release assistant officers as well as pretrial services officers. The distinction there is the release assistants are assisting with guiding the judges with release decisions when somebody gets arrested and lodged in jail. And then once they're released, if released, the pretrial service officers are then providing monitoring services for those folks until case resolution. So certainly we do anticipate some changes in the coming year to our current program. One of the main changes is those release assistant officers will be required to be Oregon Judicial employees, which currently they're employees under community justice. But we will be working very closely with Oregon Judicial Department, as well as our local presiding judge to determine how that will work in our jurisdiction. And of course, I'm hearing that there's going to be additional state funding to support these efforts. So with that, thank you so much for your time. As I mentioned, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to. And Commissioner Starrett, I will get back to you with your question.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
And this kind of relates to a discussion we're going to have later, but I noticed in one of our nonprofit grant applications, it was from Remnant Initiatives, and they were talking about funding in the past through community justice. Can you kind of explain the relationship you have with that particular group?
Absolutely. Remnant Initiatives came into existence a couple years ago, and I'm so pleased to say that they have really focused on Yamhill County.
Mhm.
They provide transitional services in partnership with my department. So they specifically are working with folks that are being released from the Department of Corrections. They actually complete what's known as a reach-in process for us, where they contact the adult in custody and make preparations for that person coming out. Talk about what they can expect, where they're going to be, what their residence is going to be. Once they get released, they can provide as much service as actually picking them up at the facility they're being released from. They provide a phone for the first 30 days. They provide meals. They provide clothing. They take them to their PO. They take them to treatment, whatever other requirement. And so they provide those services during that very
Important, crucial,
Critical, yeah.
critical time period.
tenuous, liminal.
Exactly, for the first month or two.
Mhm.
So we have been funding them through justice reinvestment funds,
Okay.
which quite frankly have been limited because those justice reinvestment funds fully support our pretrial justice program as well as our SMART sentencing diversion program. So we did and were able to provide some additional funding through a COVID grant that we received through the Criminal Justice Commission. And at that time, we were able to provide additional funding because we needed their support more than
Right.
anything. We had to be very cautious about medical transports and,
Mhm.
needing to quarantine folks, and they really assisted with those efforts. Unfortunately, that grant is going to end. And I do hope to continue to provide some support to them through justice reinvestment. But of course, not knowing what that funding looks like from biennium to biennium. Jody and I have a great relationship. I referred to Jody Hanson, the executive director of Remnant Initiatives, and we work very closely together. And she's very aware and understanding of our funding.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Question, Chair,
Sure,
follow up to
sure.
that. Regarding the Remnant Initiative's work, as far as capacity goes, what's your experience and observation in terms of the capacity they're able to provide to your department?
Great question. So currently, because of the limited funding, they're having to focus on what's known as our short-term transitional leave population. So these are adults in custody who may be eligible for release from an institution up to 120 days early, but they remain adults in custody, but in the community. And so we've really focused those efforts on those particular clients. So without looking at and she does send me her monthly stats, but I want to say she's at any time working with at least 5 or a handful. And then folks, if they want to continue services with her and they have the capacity, they certainly continue to work with supporting those individuals as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And then Chair, I had one question just about the statewide pretrial work, the process that they're working on. And what I wondered is this pretrial release officer, is this will this be a current staff member that'll be funded by Judicial Department, or is it somebody that they're going to hire, or are they going to move to Judicial, or do you not know that yet?
That is a great question. I'll just say my magical futuristic ball
Yeah.
that tells me the future has been on layaway since, 2019.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I don't know exactly how the details will work. And that's why I mentioned we're going to work really closely with our Oregon Judicial Department and our presiding judge, Mr. Day, to figure out those details, certainly.
Okay, sounds good. That's a very technical question, but I was curious about how, we see limited funding at times coming from the state to do the work that we all ask you to do. And if there's additional funding and it stays in your department for that person, then just thinking.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, I have the same question you do, so I'll be curious to see how it all works out.
Got it.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Jessica.
for your time. Take care.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jessica.
Okay, so that concludes our department update. We will be moving on to our work session. And we do have a work session today, a review and discussion of the SEDCOR Economic Development Program. And we have Eric Anderson and Abisha Stone joining us. Welcome.
Morning.
Sounds good.
This mixed technology.
Yes, it is.
Welcome.
It's been an adjustment.
I know, I said, is the room smaller? It's smaller, but maybe there's just more chairs.
It's just that the world is big.
Right? Thank you for the
Yeah.
You want to bring it over here?
I can do that.
So that way you're not responsible.
Now I know Ken Hopper was logged in to Zoom. It's like, he's
Now we're
here.
gonna update all the social media. Oh, sorry. Yep. Your voice.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Burschauer, Commissioner Sarrett, Mr. Kula. Thank you for the invitation and allowing us to be here today. It is nice to see everybody in person. We met with you in December and via Zoom. At that time, we did a more formal presentation on what we've been up to, and it was time for our contract renewal at that time. After that meeting in December 2nd, we followed up with and asked that with the 6-month contract, we wanted to have a check-in with you. That meeting feels like it was just like 3 weeks ago. I don't know where the spring went or the rest of the winter went. But we thought we would, with your permission, have an opportunity to give you a kind of a quarterly report what Abisha has been up to and what SEDCOR has been up to. And then talk a little bit about where your plans are for economic development and what as a contract service provider, what SEDCOR's role might be in the future as we start to look for our planning for the coming years as well. So I'll let people start with Abisha.
Thank you. So we brought just a quick agenda to give you the highlights of what we'll be walking through today. And I did submit the quarterly report last Friday, so hopefully that is in your packet. You've had a chance to look at it. Based on feedback that we've gotten over the years, we have tried to modify the quarterly report to answer the questions that you're seeking information on, to provide kind of that balance of data and narrative to explain the programs and the projects that we're working on. So what you have in your packet is a new example of that, right? So what we tried to cover in that was the work that we do in business retention expansion, which of course is the majority of the work that we focus on. Recruitment projects. So when we think of recruitment, we think of a lot of work around the mill site currently. So that's kind of big on all of our minds. But we're also working with smaller businesses and other projects on recruitment throughout the county. Projects in general, and then what our regional programs are, right? Because SEDCOR is a regional organization, and the work that might get started in Polk County finds its way into Yamhill County and vice versa. Even recently, I've had conversations with Commissioner Pope about how did we do this work with industry partners engaging in childcare because he had interest, and how do we do that here, right? And so we share that information and those programs across the county lines. So to jump into the quarterly activity report, I wanted, as you know, when I come before you, oftentimes I share that we have businesses that are in expansion phases. I don't always share their names and I don't always share the total of their intended investment. I do that on the end of that investment, right? Because sometimes we had a project that started in 2017 that anticipated having a $6 million investment, and they were hoping to be done in 2018. They're now planning on opening in the fall of this year, and it will be a $14 million investment. Because of the cost, right, of just kind of doing business in general, especially around construction. So we try to report when those things have come to fruition, what those total investments look like. But we do have 3 Yanko counties underway with current large expansion and equipment investment projects. And of course, we assist these projects by providing access to a lot of state programming. In these instances, we have some working with Oregon Department of Ag and Workforce Development on the projects for their expansion. And then we have a significant employer in the region who is looking at a relocation project. As I've shared with you before, we focus very much on trying to keep our industry partners in the city that they're currently in, if that's not possible, within the county they're currently in, and if that's not possible, within our 3-county region. This is one of those instances where I think we will be able to keep them in the county, and I'm very excited about that. But it will be a significant relocation project. It will be a significant investment in new facilities in the region and an increase in jobs. So I'll be reporting on that more as I'm able to share some of the more specifics of that project. We continue, as I mentioned, to work on recruitment of traded sector companies. Eric and I just recently visited with state partners in the city of Newburgh on the 29th of last month for a company that is looking at property on the mill site. This would be a large investment, as most will be on the mill site out there. But it also includes investment in the rail line, which could be really impactful for our community because when we think about rail transportation, it's easy for us to assume that most of these are direct line services, when in fact, because of aging rail lines, underused trestles, for example, we don't have a lot of straight lines into our county. So we have a lot of lines that are going from Portland all the way down to Eugene and then back up. One of the trestles that doesn't manage weight well enough to be able to service us is the one between Newark and Sherwood, right? And so some of these investments of these partners coming into the region will require an investment to bring those lines up to speed. And that's really exciting for us because it opens doors for other projects. So in order to do that work, we'll be partnering with federal programs, with rail lines, with the state to make sure that we're accessing all the resources we can to bring them up to as high of a service grade as possible so that we can serve the most industries as possible. We're also working with the city of Willamina to recruit a commercial bakery to an existing space and a brewery in the downtown grid. These are just a couple of projects, but it shows the scope of kind of the work that we do, right? In terms of regional program updates, we've been talking quite a bit about the Ag Tech and Innovation Hubs. We're continuing to partner with MEDP, Chemeketa Community College, Remnant Workforce Partnership, and other regional organizations to try to determine what activities make sense to exist here in Yanko County in terms of hub work. That's not just ag, really. There's also this industry innovation hub work that we've been focused on and identifying where some of them are organically emerging and making sure that we're investing in those areas so that we continue to drive talent to those areas, right? Because that's the backbone of maintaining those. We continue to invest in small business development and entrepreneurism. So as you know, we do have a regional venture catalyst. His name is Mike White. He is currently the only venture catalyst in Oregon. He works with us through
Oregon Entrepreneurs Network.
OEN. I wanted to say the acronym, but I couldn't think of it. Oregon Entrepreneurs Network. And they used to have several regional venture catalysts. Due to lack of funding and resources, Mike is now the only one in the state, and SEDCOR is a majority funder of his position. He also has an office in our main office in Salem. And so we work very closely with him and provide that resource to the 3-county area to ensure that we have somebody focused on entrepreneurism. And one of his main projects is to establish, which he has done, but continue to build an angel fund network. We have a very strong angel fund network now in our region, where they're reviewing projects on a regular basis that these investors are now investing in startup businesses in our region through his efforts. And that's really, really exciting. We continue to pursue conversations with Polk and Yamhill County commissioners to consider adoption of the Rural Industrial Tax Program. This is one of those ways that we make that long-term impactful difference for our industry partners in terms of what their needs are. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to have a proposal to bring in front of the board in short order about what that program could look like so that you can consider whether or not that fits for this county. Some exciting news in the other news and updates, some exciting news to share was that in February, Representative Sharf supported a legislative funding ask to support the Workforce Housing Consortium. We found out a few weeks ago that House Bill 5202 did pass both houses. And at the time I wrote this report, it was sitting in the governor's office awaiting signature. The bill was signed on the 4th. So I'm excited to say that we will be receiving $3 million to support workforce housing in Yamhill County. And again, to remind folks, this is not affordable housing. This is to meet the needs of what some people refer to as the working poor, right? This might be a 2-parent household with a child and one parent works and makes a living wage. Maybe they make $70,000 a year, but the other parent needs to stay home with that child for whatever reason, and they still can't afford to live in our county. They usually at that level can't afford to buy a home, but might not even be able to rent a home, especially where the job centers are within our county. So what this group is looking to do is to not address those that would qualify for affordable housing and to not address those that are able to meet market rate home prices, but those folks that fall in the middle. So working families that are just still not able to find a place to live in our county. So this is a very exciting project. I'll be following up with you all on this as it rolls through, right? These projects take a long time to come to fruition. The Workforce Housing Consortium has been meeting for 2.5 years. And part of the work that we were doing was to help the state understand that as we said workforce housing, we weren't talking about transient farm worker housing. And certainly that is workforce housing in one model, but that is how most people think of workforce housing when you mention it in this state. So there's a lot of education in that. And again, this project came to us as a workforce development project that was driven by industry partners. And this is where we get public-private investment. There will be much more public or private investment than public investment in this project. So I know that one of the things that was on our original report was some of those numbers of how many contacts are we having within the quarter, how many number of recruitment projects. So I wanted to retain that information, and I'm interested in your feedback as to whether this speaks to the information you're looking to capture. So I did highlight the number of business connections, partner and resource connections, which can look like the state, it can look like USDA, it could look like a lot of different things. Recruitment projects that we're currently engaging on, SEDCOR hosted events. So this could be roundtables, industry roundtables. It could be informational events that we host during our lunches. It could be, state of the county addresses, those sorts of things where we're bringing folks together and providing educational opportunities. So that number is quarterly is how we're providing that now. And then we have the total investment, industry investment. So this isn't those additional funds that we have brought into the county. This is industry investment in expansions and development since April of 2018. So we're doing a cumulative look at what those investments are. It seemed as though when we did a quarterly look, it was a little too confusing because again, we don't really report those numbers until they've happened, right? We can say this project looks to be this level of investment, but I don't want to give you numbers that look like something happened when it didn't. So we kind of do those numbers retroactively. We also included a section to report on the West Valley Enterprise Zone. We do have 2 enterprise zones in this county. One of them is the West Valley area. So that is Willamina through Sheridan. And SEDCOR manages that enterprise zone. So we want to make sure we're reporting on activities that we're assisting with managing within that zone. We don't have any current activities. The other one is in Newburgh, and Doug Rux of the city of Newburgh manages that zone. We partner with him on those projects, but he manages that zone directly. So I want to make sure, again, I'm capturing the information you're looking to see. So I wanted to share with you a way to better express how this work impacts our partners. We wanted to share some of their specific comments. So we provided some quotes from some of our partners.
As you're looking at that, one of the things that, as I hear Abhishek reporting on our work, I think traditional economic development, the base of it is business retention, expansion. And one of the things that we're learning as we go out and talk to businesses on those calls, they have some pretty unique needs. A lot of it does relate to workforce, specifically how to find and keep workers. And that's led to us becoming more engaged with our partners around daycare opportunities, more involved with workforce housing. We tried very hard to stay in our lane, but at the same time, the lane, we keep getting things brought to us that we can help providing some connectivity with and convening other partners that can bring funding to the table, whether it's a business or a community.
Yeah, and so if you look at this bottom bullet point from John Spencer, he mentions free transportation to our employees. One of the obstacles that they were having in recruiting new employees to the region was transportation. As I said, a lot of the majority of our jobs, right, are in the two job centers of the county, McMinnville being the first one, and then the city of Newburgh. And we know that folks are struggling to afford to live in those two job centers. And so we have folks living in Sheridan or Lafayette who are working in McMinnville or Newburgh, and transportation has increasingly become an issue. And so there is a program through Chariots that provides ride share and various other programs at the facility location and trains and engages employees on how to support each other in rideshare opportunities, as amongst other opportunities. Many of our businesses don't know these programs exist, right? And so some of the work that we do is just connecting them to these existing resources that they do not know exists, that are being underutilized. And we want to make sure that those resources that are available to our communities are being accessed by our community partners, right? So that's part of the work, like Eric said, that we do. And I think that Jim Sieber says it really well in this quote, when he says he's a nuts and bolts kind of guy, right? So he's got his head down, he's doing his work, and he doesn't know what those resources are. And we're that partner that brings those to the table and helps them out.
You not want to look forward for the picture.
Well, it is hard to get him to let me take a picture of him. So this picture was actually
Like quick.
Does it look familiar? Because it's from the Barbara
Yeah,
Roberts.
I was gonna say it's from that
Right.
event.
I
Yeah.
know, I could not get one picture of him looking at the camera.
Hey,
He's a shy guy.
He's talking to somebody right now. Quick, let's get him.
Yeah, he is. I think he was talking to Heidi Dell, the new city manager out there in that photo.
Well, I was thinking, just going back to like the workforce housing or workforce issues in general as the thing that keeps these businesses moving forward. As I just remember Brett Baker saying very clearly, like the ADEC needed people to be able to afford the housing that was in their community in order for them to expand. But that was the barrier he kept seeing every time. So the workforce housing one is very exciting. Sorry.
Yeah. And ADEC sits on the workforce housing
Okay, that's what I thought.
consortium team.
Yeah.
So yes, we're very excited to have these partners that understand the need and are driven to try to meet that need.
Yeah, even in some cases, we kind of aggregate the demand for something, and then when we start to hear the same topic being brought up at several different types of businesses. So we've got an active application, one of 600 in the country. So, we'll see, to the Economic Development Administration for their Good Jobs Challenge. And we're not a grant writing organization. That's not our bread and butter. But this was one of those cases where we kept hearing the same story of businesses, particularly agriculture businesses, that were trying to make up for the lack of new workers being able to come in with technology. And we were trying to identify, are there ways that we can tie in innovation assistance consulting, like through Oregon Manufacturing Extension Partnership, for a business, allow them to look at technologies that they can adopt into their business, and then resources to train their incumbent workers and skill them up so that they maybe get off of the lines and become machine operators and other things. So we had 20, I think, businesses from around the region write letters of support, and I'm also pleased to say a lot of them were actually written letters of support. It wasn't the form letter, because I think the more we talk to businesses, we get a lot of nods on that one. And it's like, yeah, we're almost sheepish in talking about, well, we may not be creating jobs, but we really do need, more production capacity. We can't find workers. So whether that gets funded through EDA, I think this has made a difference in how we work with our workforce partnership with Chemeketa Community College and with Oregon Manufacturing Extension Partnership, which are our partners in that application. So if it doesn't get the federal funding, I think we probably stand a pretty good chance of trying to find alternative sources for that.
The last part of the quarterly update is just to share that the EDAC did convene on March 17th. We put together a recommendation for use of the 2022 tranche of ARPA funds in the area of impacted industries. If you remember last year, when we came before the board, I feel like it was in September, I'm sorry, I don't remember, and gave recommendation for use of last year's funds. We asked for time to review what businesses' needs were coming out of kind of pandemic mode and going into recovery mode. And they felt that it was fiscally responsible to make sure that they were making recommendation for use of funds that the county had actually received. They didn't want to put you in a position of extending yourselves on funds that you hadn't quite yet received. So that recommendation has been put together and submitted to County Administrator Ken. So I'm sure that will be coming to you shortly for your review in the next couple of weeks here. And we're interested in getting your feedback on that work. So before we move on, are there any questions about the quarterly update or the revised reporting template? At this point, there might be some in the future.
I have a question.
Commissioner?
Chair.
Commissioner Sterrett?
Yes, thank you for that. Appreciate the update. A couple of questions about the housing, what is
Consortium.
the consortium, the workforce housing consortium. Who is at the table in that?
So this is the Newburgh Workforce Housing Consortium, so centered in the city of Newburgh. The city of Newburgh is a participating entity and it's been extremely helpful in this work. In terms of partners, we have Friendsview Retirement Center. We have ADAC, marquee companies. The Newburgh Dundee School District has been an active participant in the past. They are in transition, right, of management. And so we're uncertain as to kind of the future conversations we'll have with them. We have had a partner in George Fox University, and we have had a few other business partners kind of come in and go out. One of those was the Chehalem Valley Property Management. The owner sold that company. And so she was very active in the initial conversations and super helpful in communicating with the state about putting together a workforce housing management toolkit that the state believed would be, I think, maintain all of those legal requirements of how you manage housing, but also make sure was accessible to various different types of employees. So that was Shannon Dioff, and she ended up selling her company. So she's not an invested partner in that way, but has still been a very supportive partner in that work. The way that the consortium is currently structured, we welcome other industry partners in this work, but we also require skin in the game partnership. So it could look like a different team in the future. There could be additional partners, but as we decide which projects we're moving forward with and investing in, I'll come back and report to the team what that looks like at the time.
I'm just wondering a little bit about involving builders or organizations that are focusing on this missing middle and smaller options. You know, if you look at home builders, they're looking at a variety of different options for seniors, smaller houses, cottage clusters, and various more affordable options. So I'm wondering if they're part of the discussion because they've got some great ideas.
They have been. Thank you for that, Commissioner Sterrett. And I think you connected me actually to the home builders. One of the partners out of Portland several years ago when this group first came together, and I really appreciated that connection. So we have had conversations with them. We've also had conversations and education, frankly, from Nathan Wildfire, who is managing the Missing Middle Housing Fund. We have worked with a couple of developer partners to try to understand some of the barriers to developers building affordable workforce housing. We also have partnered with Jody Christensen in Regional Solutions, in regards to her interest, first of all, in trying to identify some support mechanisms for us, but also to create that list of what are these barriers? Why are developers not getting into the business of affordable housing, right? And so putting together that list of these are the barriers so that we can go back to the state and go back to our municipal partners and say, hey, this is where we get in our way, right? When we say that this is what we care about, when we care about affordable housing, how are the ways that we inadvertently, right, prevent that from happening at times.
I just want to note that there's a dot matrix for Interim Center.
Yeah.
It feels like late at night as a kid listening to it going. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it was weird.
I know.
Yeah, so barriers and like identifying them and potentially
Exactly.
even, I mean, I see the potential for then going to the legislature and being
Right.
like, hey, if this is something in the way.
Absolutely.
Well, and best practices for
Right.
local communities as
Right.
well, local government, because what starts out as being affordable housing for workforce ends up by the time you get through the process,
Yeah.
and particularly with the construction costs being what they are, no longer affordable for local, incomes. So being able to close that loop is important to talk to the builders about.
And then when you add on the SDCs, I hate to beat that drum, but it just.
Well,
it-
Hey, I'll
it's-
talk about water.
They're
then.
making it, like, we're talking $90,000 sometimes by the time all those regulatory fees are added up. So you can't have an affordable house, because that used to be an affordable house, the
Yeah.
house.
The house, yes.
And we need water infrastructure in some of these communities. Sorry.
Yeah, we need
I
water.
figured if
Anything
you have
else
your
you
thing,
want?
I've got my thing.
What did you want to add, Chair, about the, of we've used water
I
on
know, right?
SDCs?
Well, I think, I mean, that's my larger concern, and this is maybe for later, but is our relationship with cities, because it's very frustrating to come to the table and want to do something, for instance, in the city of Newburgh,
Yeah.
and they are putting up the barriers.
Mhm.
So when you say these groups have to have skin in the game, what's their skin in the game, right? Are they coming forward and saying, we will, put a moratorium on our STC fees, or we will do this, or we'll fast track the permitting or whatever? I mean, are they saying that in order to get this going?
We're not,
Because
I would say in this instance, we're not seeing that happen quite yet. This is a conversation that we're having with our partners at the city. We had this conversation with our partners in the city of Newburgh and the city of McMinnville as it related to childcare.
Mhm.
And we know that the city of McMinnville put a temporary moratorium
Right.
on transportation SDCs for childcare development. That wasn't a conversation we're able to move forward in the city of Newburgh, but at the same time, in the city of Willamina, we were able to move forward conversations with Kenna West about how could we do different types of zoning so that we can focus on cottage clusters, right? And she was very successful at implementing that and finding developers that would help her execute that vision. When we do talk to the city of Newburgh, I would say that we keep in front of them that there is a desire and expectation for the city to be a valuable partner. And I believe that the folks we're working with in the city of Newburgh not only know that, but want to be that. So they're looking at what resources they have available in order to support this project. And in terms of staff time alone, have been extremely generous in supporting this work. Some of those bigger questions like SDCs, I've come before this group before and I've shared, SDCs can be a very big obstacle when you're trying to build a thing. But thank God they have money to replace the streets and do all of the work that they need to do within that city because they have a structure that supports that. Some communities that we speak to that have a lower barrier in terms of SDCs struggle with budgets and aren't able to do that infrastructure work on a regular basis. So I won't pretend to sit here and understand the specific inner workings of each community and where those funds or resources should come from. But I will say that the city of Newburgh has been extremely supportive. I always want more. So it's not fair for me to sit here and, if I sat here and said, oh, they're giving us everything we want in any community, that would probably not be true, right? I always am hopeful that there's more participation and from our industry partners. I want more participation from them too. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I hear your concern. These are things that we're definitely having conversation about. And what I'm hopeful is that when we put together that list of barriers and we say, these are the things that are preventing these things from happening, we can go before city council and say, what is it that you're able to do or prepared to do to lower these barriers that you have control or influence over?
Yeah.
I've also talked to our state partners to say, maybe there's an obstacle in funding some of these industry-driven projects because they don't want to fund an industry. They don't want to fund a business, right? They want to fund industry innovation. Is there a way that you could incentivize the municipalities, the individual jurisdictions to support development? Could you pay the SDCs? Could you look at this and say, if there's a workforce housing project and you as a city forego those SDCs, we will repay the SDCs to you as a way to incentivize the cities to participate in these ways, right? Because I know that this group I am so grateful that you all put some funding into water infrastructure.
I was just about to bring it up again.
I am very grateful, but deferred maintenance, right, comes out of some of these issues.
Exactly.
And so how can we actually do this in a way that's supportive? And these are some of the conversations we're having with our state partners. How could, you can't dictate what the jurisdictions do, but how can you incentivize them to be able to do these things? I hope that answers your question, but at the
I'll
same
pick
time,
on the city of Newburgh in a little bit.
I'd love to have more conversation with you and Commissioner.
That's my job.
But I think it underscores Commissioner Sterrett's point about bringing in builders to the conversation because
Absolutely.
we were at a function at Par Lumber, last week, I think it was, and they are very reasonable. They understand why we need SDC fees.
I was
They
gonna
just
say,
want a
thanks for
restructuring of how it's done and they can't even start that conversation. So I think that does underscore your point. But
And one thing some of our cities have done, and the city of Newburgh in particular, has delayed when they capture those
I was
fees,
just gonna add
right?
that.
So it used to be upfront. So then it became very cost prohibitive, right? You're taking out loans to pay those in advance.
Mhm.
Now they collect those fees.
And
I can't remember.
occupancy, permit? Is that-
Occupancy.
I think-
I think it's
Upon
after.
is that
After
Newburgh, you
that.
said?
Newburgh, the city of Newburgh.
Yeah.
So they
Okay.
actually
Otherwise, you're carrying
restructured to
huge
delay
loans.
it. I think they were one of the first, if not the first in the county, and a couple have followed suit.
Okay.
And it's impactful. We've heard from our developers that it's meaningful for
Oh,
them.
absolutely.
Very meaningful. And so I wanted to just finish one thing on what you had asked me, Commissioner Sterrett. This group is always very helpful after I leave these conversations and sending me resources that maybe we haven't thought of. So in this vein, if there's additional, I hope that you'll forward those on to me because they always ignite something else, right? How do we think about it a little differently?
And just before we get to Commissioner Kua's thoughts, just for clarification, the Workforce Housing Consortium, the purpose or the goal is to actually build physical workforce housing. It's not to
Yes.
subsidize.
It is to build
Families.
physical workforce
Okay.
housing that may ultimately be subsidized by the industry partners that are invested, right? Because
Okay.
it is essential. It's like when you think about traditional workforce housing, right? It could look like a lot of different things. And so we're working with some legal counsel. We've just started to bring them on to help us sort through how do we kind of structure that entity in the appropriate manner. But not long-term subsidy by the state. It might be subsidized by our industry partners, right? That's that private investment.
There is a return almost to the concept of the old mill housing, when you said an employer that's trying to identify ways to deliver housing to their key employees. Instead of having them commute in 60 miles.
Right, I remember that
Right.
a long time ago, so I'm sure they've moved on from this, but ADEC was like, we have land, and if we provide the land for a building,
Mhm.
does it reduce the cost enough that a person can either afford to rent just on an ongoing basis or can afford to purchase it with a job that is at our business? And I thought it felt like such a reasonable thing.
Even smaller businesses on the coast, I know there's some breweries that couldn't find seasonal
Oh, yeah.
workers that have, put up housing in the back of their facilities or nearby for employees, particularly summer employees on the coast.
Some counties have done that too, Administrator Hoffer. I've actually read about some counties, and I don't know if they're in Oregon, but they've actually purchased homes that they rent to folks who would normally not be able to come to that community. So, yeah, he's probably going, yeah, no, we're good.
Well, how many homes do we own right now?
Yeah, right. All we have to do is vacate.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone call.
The teachers in expensive community teachers, public safety. You can't have trouble attracting those workers if they can't find a place to live and you want them to live in the community
That's what brought this conversation. And also just a reminder, because I know I shared this with you, this group is looking to centralize childcare and transportation wherever this development ends up being as well, so that those resources that their employees need are available to them.
And I was just going to add that, during the water crisis in the city of Yamhill, I was in meetings where they were going through, okay, how much money do we have for the immediate response or the short-term response? And the fact that they had money in the SEC account, which was not enough, but it was, the project was on the list and they had the money and they realized, oh, we can actually spend it on this. It was the first time that I saw in action the need for it, but bearing in mind that there is a balance there. And for them, as for the public, right, the need for water, stable water there is the need to be able to provide for these larger housing developments that are coming to the city, the 56 or 52 unit one, for example.
And sometimes they need that funding just to leverage other funding resources.
Right.
So any other questions on the quarterly update before we move on? Okay. All right, so just to recap our process since we last saw you, as Eric mentioned, on December 2nd, we came before the board with a request to extend our second to last one-year extension that had been remaining on our contract. In that meeting, it was expressed to us that the board wanted to consider other options to promote economic development work in the county, such as a focus on downtown and retail businesses, a marketing position for the county, or the development of an internal department. So as the board only approved the 6-month extension in December, we expressed two main concerns at that time. The first was a lack of clarity of whether the 6-month extension was like a winding down time for SEDCOR in terms of our contract activities for the county. And if so, what the board's priorities or expectations were for us during that time. The second was a need to plan for a successful transition of our work to help ensure that no momentum was lost with ongoing projects due to the end of our service contract with Yamhill County, if that were to be the case. After that meeting, SEDCOR worked with county staff to execute the approved 6-month extension, which means that our contract now ends June 30th, which is why we're coming before you now. So we are currently uncertain as to the options being considered by the board and or your expectations of our work for the next 2 months. In saying all this, I want to be very clear that SEDCOR has a great desire to continue our work in Yamhill County by contract with the board. We find a value in representing industries and programs that promote economic growth and health in the Mid-Willamette Valley. We have developed deep relationships in every community in the region, and the projects we work on are seldomly completed in short order. It takes time to build programs, partnerships, and healthy communities. So before we move forward in sharing our hopes for next steps, we wanted to offer the board a chance to share your thoughts on the work we've been doing, the work you would like to see us do in the next several months, and how you see the future of economic development support being managed in Yamhill County so that we can make sure we're aligned with those intentions.
Great. Commissioners, anybody want to?
My first thought is I was thinking this morning in anticipation of this conversation that about a personal experience that I had. So declaration of potential conflict of interest here is that I am a farmer who was going to buy wheat seed for culinary wheat and realized that I was up against a barrier of not having the varieties in the valley that were tested and we were going to grow under organic conditions, and then we had a market for because of Ukraine and Russia specifically. I felt like the appropriate thing to do, and ran into the roadblocks of strains and varieties, testing, access to seed, especially organic untreated. And I realized that there was a strong connection to the Yamasa making the soy sauce from Helly and Bruce Rudenklau's wheat, and how that particular project, it's slow, right? It's like you first do it, you decide whether you trust each other enough to grow some. I mean, you know this from the hazelnut world of like, okay, we need to have some kind of contract first, and then we grow the thing, and then we decide, does it make sense for everybody? And then we do it again, and we build up and start building out that like industry of local. And so that's one where I see how long it takes to do that work. And I've appreciated that you've specifically been the ones to bring everybody together around that. It felt like we have the potential, especially around these like supply chain localizations, to actually have us growing the seed to grow the thing that we then have somebody make that we literally export to the world. So that was the one specific thing that I was really grateful for, which I know takes a long time. And I know that you were like this.
If we might mention, we've, Masa has, they're getting 120 acres, I think, of wheat grown for them now, but they're actively working with us to bring more potential growers into the conversation, hosting the meetings now. So it's not coming from us as saying, hey, maybe you all can talk to each other, but it's a company saying, hey, this is working. Are there more opportunities? So we really started to identify this as a way to grow the economy from within in the region, trying to identify those, whether it's the supply chain work that ML County is looking at, or just in kind of our normal activities.
So I'm not, oh, is something happening? Okay.
Another slide. It sounded like.
Okay. Just making sure. I have not had the privilege of being around for the previous discussions with SEDCOR before, 2 years ago. And I think COVID was a unique situation. There were a lot of businesses that were kind of back on their heels and frantic. So I'm trying to kind of take that experience out, because I know we had discussed, hey, how do we help these folks today? What can we do today? And there was some frustration about that. So I think what I would like to have clarification on is, what is the expectation that we have for funding SEDCOR? Because it seems like a lot of cities want to participate with you and work with you and have these connections. And yet those cities, I'll name one of them, Newburgh, aren't always great to work with, right? They create impediments for what we're trying to accomplish. And that's kind of the push and pull that I'm struggling with, is if we are providing the monetary investment for this, and the cities, as far as I know, are not, they don't contract with you, they're not paying into this. And yet they tend to be part of the problem, perhaps in the childcare example, right? Then where's the skin in the game there? Because I see a lot of, we want to be proactive and inject investment into this, but we end up kind of banging our heads against the wall a lot of times. And it's either the city or it's state regulations or state tax policy that makes just the overall business climate unfriendly. And so it almost makes me think, gosh, should we have a lobbyist? Should we have somebody just banging on the doors down in Salem saying, you guys have to fix this. We're losing businesses. We're losing these investments, versus creating a system where it's almost like well-connected folks can participate, right? But the other small businesses are facing Newburgh SDC fees, or the housing industry is facing all of these impediments, and we can't do anything about that as a county. So that's where I don't know if previous discussions set out an expectation that we would be kind of the provider of this service, or if it was discussed, what are the role? What's the role of the city? I mean, the city of Newburgh is benefiting from you, and yet oftentimes we see that they are part of the problem. So that's what I'm struggling with, is the balance between that.
I think there are a couple things, Chair Shower, that come into that conversation. And also, neither one of us were here during that original conversation either, so bear with me on that. I think our funding through our service contracts with the counties is generally tied to the economic development funds that counties receive, which is, I think, where that connectivity comes from with our county, our counties in the region. We do have cities that are members of SEDCOR and help support us, but they don't have those same resources generally that the counties would have because of those funds. We do, I know as an organization, we've had this conversation a lot with our executive council. I think it's come up with the board as well on what is our role when it comes to lobbying. And because we have public contracts, I know we're very careful about crossing that line. And we have taken the stand in the last several years that we provide education to our businesses so that when there are issues that come up, particularly local and state levels, that part of our role is to get the information out there and say, this is what it means, this is what it could mean. This is who you need to contact. We also invest as a partner in the Oregon Economic Development Association, which our relationship with them is probably similar to Yamhill County's relationship with AOC, that they represent economic development organizations around the state and provide us, I think, first of all, a lobbyist who knows his way around the halls and the Capitol. And he also gives us the heads up on what we should be looking at. He also takes in, if we identify opportunities or issues from the region, he brings that before them. So we have a statewide economic development voice, as opposed to, SEDCOR being out there saying, here's what we're trying to do. Then also just these kind of routine conversations with, we have county commissioners on our board, regular routine conversations with city leadership as well. So we do try to identify where we can provide a feedback loop on, hey, here's an opportunity, or here's something that's working in Polk County that might work in Yamhill County, or here's something that's working in Yamhill that might work in Marion.
Absolutely. I also want to say that SEDCOR has a staff member, and I think always has since the formation of OWIDA, who sits on the Government Affairs Committee. And so we are active in structuring their agenda every year. So what are the things we're really thinking about and focused on? What are the things that are coming down the pike that we're concerned are going to impact our industry partners? And as Eric shared, we're having these conversations with our county commissioners and legislators. A good example is this funding that Representative Sharp was able to help us secure. This was because she knew about this project, because we were in regular communication with Jody Christensen at the governor's office and those elected representatives that cover our area. And so we have direct relationships and direct contact and regular communication, and make sure that they understand not only the things that we're working on, but why we're working on them, and the things that we're up against as to why they don't move forward. We get a lot of conversation about, well, we think our business owners should be doing this, and then we're the voice to say, why do you think that? And how are you prepared to support them to do that, or those sorts of conversations. So though we don't go down into the halls ourselves and lobby, we do certainly have that influence through our participation in OWIDA, and then the relationships that we continue to maintain with our direct legislators.
And also the federal delegation, as I was talking, I was thinking of a call or an email we got sometime, it was during COVID, maybe the 2020, sometime between Christmas and New Year's, that week when there's so much activity in government. One of our distillers that had pivoted his business to make sanitizer got a bill from the federal government for, I think, over $40,000 because he needed some sort of different permit for sanitizer than he had as a distillery. And very, having the relationships with the congressional delegation and being able to send an email out to a couple people very quickly during the holidays and just say, hey, this doesn't make any sense. That these are folks that actually invested money in to help us. Very quickly, I think there were a lot of other similar calls and emails around the country, and that very quickly disappeared. But that's the kind of thing that we depend on, having those relationships with, so we can find out things in real time.
Chair, I want to answer one other.
Excuse me, I was just going to say, maybe we should put this discussion on hold until we've had the end of your presentation, and then Mr. Hoffer can get his computer back. And then we can, because I think this discussion is going to go on for a bit. So
Thank you. One last comment, Chair, to your question is that in regards to the communities participating and kind of being on board with the things that we're trying to achieve, is that I would just refer back to a statement I made earlier in the report, which is that these things take time. SEDCOR has only been serving this contract since April of 2018. And 2 of those years have been, as you said yourself, right? Difficult years to navigate with a lot of emotion, a lot of things going on, a lot of concern, fear, all the things, right? All the emotions. So we are just at year 4 at this point in terms of service of our contract, which is a very short amount of time to make forward movement in some of these areas. But I want you to know that that is the direction we're moving. And it takes time. People need to sometimes see that we can make things happen and that we do have good intent and that we do have strong relationships and that things, these sorts of projects can come to fruition before they understand how to emotionally buy into the approach. And I think that's just kind of how life works. So I would just say, I think we will see that movement in time. So to your point, Commissioner Sterrett, we'll go ahead and move on. What SEDCOR is hoping for at this point, as I mentioned, right, we're looking to get an update from you as to where you're at, but we also would like to continue our service contract with SEDCOR, which currently ends at the end of June. So we'd like to request a contract extension to continue the work we're doing in the county. In order to be most effective in our work, while also aligning our contract with your budgeting process, we're requesting an extension to June 30th of 2023. We have heard this group mention before that our contract being a January to December contract, not aligning with your budgeting process, might also be a concern for this group, and we want to respond to that. We also, of course, want to make sure we have enough time to do the work that we're trying to accomplish here. As we shared before, in 2022, SEDCOR will be updating our strategic plan for the region. As SEDCOR's strategic plan is fine, and this is an economic development plan, a strategy for the 3-county region. So as our strategic plan is finalized, we'll work to ensure that it lines up with the priorities of Yamhill County. We know that you've started to engage in your own strategic planning process. And then in Q2 of 2023, we would like to work with the Board of Commissioners and staff to update SEDCOR's scope of work. We're still working on that scope of work that was designed in 2017, right? So the world looks very different now. And the contract to provide the service and expertise to meet the economic development priorities of the county ongoing.
Chair,
Thank you.
I realize
Sure.
I have one more story. It will be less like quaint and folksy, which is that Abisha was the first person to reach out to me in my new role as commissioner, specifically to get me and to get Christian to go to the city of Yamhill council chambers to try to figure out what was going to happen with the gas station across the street. And the gas station project, as you know, is moving forward in cleaning it up. But just realizing how long that process takes and how getting that site to a spot where it's actually valuable economically to the community. It's going to take 5 years, maybe more, from whenever you started it, which I don't know when you started working on that.
I think it was day 1 of when I first came out to the city of Yamhill. That's a very impactful project for that community.
Yeah.
And they were one of the first communities we really deeply engaged with in a community development process as well. And born of that was their downtown association, which is currently in place because of that work.
Great, thank you. And, I didn't ask for public comment. If there is public comment on this topic, I know, Tom, you submitted something written, but if, no, okay. Just want to make sure.
Well, Chair,
Sure.
it looked like Commissioner Sterrett had something to say, but I was going to add that I think that the piece that I didn't know about, and I'm glad to see, is the updating the scope of work to reflect 5 years, 8 years later, by the time it's actually updated. So with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Sterrett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A couple of things. I was here for the original contract and it was different. It had a different feel, but everything had a different feel back in 2017. I mean, we had more contact with even though it was a part-time contract, I believe it was $60,000. And it was all, again, out of video lottery funds. We had more detail, we had more information. And I just remember specific projects on business to business and supply chain and those types of things in the county. So a couple of things that I have just observed over and trying to take COVID into consideration because everybody's jobs are different now. But a couple of things, and that is that it reminds me a little bit about, talking about the city's chair, reminds me a little bit about the way transit is structured in the county. Originally, Whitecap did it, then the county took over. And what happened was if everybody just decided what they wanted to pay. So we were providing the bus service. And everybody said, yeah, this year we don't have the cities, we don't have the money for it, so we're not going to fund anything. And we're going to leave the county basically holding the bag on that funding. So while I understand their budgetary limitations, I also think there has to be buy-in from all the jurisdictions, because I don't know that it's justifiable to the county taxpayers to say we're going to fund this entirely from our perspective. And to your point about the bigger lottery dollars are not funding sources that the cities have. So I get that. So that's just something else. The other thing is the scope of work. Obviously, I think it really needs a huge overhaul. It's nothing like it was with the original contract. But we did have somebody that was completely dedicated to Yadkin County. And I want to feel a little bit more of that one-on-one, where it's not so much a regional thing, which it's got to be economically, I get that, but that we would have more of a one-on-one focused on Yadkin County, where we're doing more of that work. Again, to me, I look at the amount that we're paying for this contract, and I feel that it's a large amount of money to be paying $12,000 every month. And I want to be able to say that at the end of the day, what's our ROI? What can we've seen really good work being done, but I also think that it really does beg the question is it something that we can justifiably continue to fund at that level? So I guess if we had took a look at the scope of work, took a look at the other options for perhaps, even reducing that amount that the county is paying in, I don't know that we couldn't do a hybrid. And this is all just exploring. We're seeing the value of SEDCOR, obviously, but also looking at something where we've got something that is more with an in-house piece. And there's the grants part of that, which is a whole huge component of what we do with some of those dollars, whatever the sources are, or CARES or anything. So I'm looking at what I would say is that we look at continuing the contract for 6 months, try to flush this out, which is not to say that that it wouldn't continue to go forward, but that we've looked at all the options. And I don't know that we have. I don't know. It's just a sort of an overarching thing where we say, let's take a look at what else we could do in addition to SEDCOR as part of our overall response to the
Thank you, Commissioner Starrett. I want to just be sure that from SEDCOR's perspective, Abishaw's position is Yamhill County Economic Development Manager for us. So you do have her 100% of her work is Yamhill County. I do work in all 3 counties as a result of kind of my position but we view this contract as a full-time employee, which is Abishaw, that is funded to do work here in Yamhill County.
Maybe sorry, I didn't mean to. The implication was not that you weren't our person, but that in the past, looking at the original contract, even though it was just a fraction of the amount that we're paying now, it seemed perhaps it was just that we had more information, more detail about what was going on behalf of the county. And maybe that's where we're missing that piece.
And maybe for clarity, if I can help, because I think what you were talking about was there was a grant program, I believe. This was even before my time. Was this AJ?
Yeah, it was.
At the time that there was a grant program in partnership with SEDCOR. I was trying to remember when timeline, because I know that was before I was in administration, so it was quite a few years ago.
I think it was funded by the Economic Development Administration, made in Yamhill County program. I think that was, I know I was at Pacific Power then, we put some money into it as well.
I just thought it might help to kind of clarify that previous position.
Sure.
That you were referring to or talking about.
Yeah, that was a temporary position that was funded by a federal.
And then we had to basically make the decision whether we're going to continue with said core and in what capacity, and that's where the video lottery piece comes in.
And the RFP. right?
Yeah, the RFP that we responded to.
Right, with MEDP and everybody else,
Yeah.
right?
I think it's kind of related to your point about having Yamhill County specific work, but the city, so I'm going to bring up the city of Newburgh again. They're in the county, so they're important, but my concern is that they're taking a lot of your time and energy and your focus, and that's not necessarily something that I think is appropriate for us to be funding on a county level. I think if the city of Newburgh is taking on a project like urban renewal, and they want to develop the mill site and put that kind of investment, like private partnership, then they should be the ones to come forward and say, we would really like Sedcor's help in this. It's my concern that, we're kind of focusing on these opportunities, and yet maybe the work isn't being focused elsewhere, if that makes sense. I just feel that if the city of Newburgh wants to have Sedcor's representation and help in that, they need some skin in the game. It feels inappropriate to have county taxpayers be funding that focused work.
Yeah, I'm not certain. I'll try to respond that a little because I'm not, I'm imagining that it's some of the projects we've been highlighting that lead you to believe that the majority of our time is being spent in the city of Newburgh. I would say that, again, McMinnville and Newburgh are the two largest communities in the county. So we do tend to spend more time in the communities that have a larger number of industry partners because our focus is with those industry partners. However, we work in every community in the county. So it's hard to look at a community in the county. I don't know if there is one that we don't have an active project in, or just completed a project in, or we're talking about a future project in. So again, when I come before the board and I share projects, these are industry-driven projects. We don't generally engage in community-driven projects unless they are invested in by the industry partners, right? So even our work in the city of Yamhill that supported them in building their downtown association, it was because they did not have anything like that. They didn't have a chamber of commerce. They didn't have a downtown association. They had just a couple of traded sector businesses within the city limits, but mostly it was retail and commercial. And the traded sector partners were interested in putting together some sort of a structure that was local to support the businesses. So again, the work that we do is driven by our industry partners, not by our community partners. One of the energies that we're most spending in the city of Newburgh is around the mill site. That is a huge investment for this county. Almost 300 jobs. With an average wage of $80,000 a year were lost when that mill site closed. We know, just kind of based on numbers that you all have probably seen, that it's somewhere about 7,400 people get up in Newburgh every morning and leave the city to go work somewhere else. There's only about 2,000 people that live and work in the city of Newburgh, and then a couple come into Newburgh for work. That looks very, very different when there's opportunities to work in that community. So I think in general, kind of politics aside, we're talking about the people that live in our communities and what impacts them. And that is the largest amount of available industrial property, frankly, in the whole Mid-Willamette Valley.
Yeah.
Well,
So there is extra energy that is situational, I would say.
urban renewal, and we're not here to debate urban renewal, but it's government driven. It's not industry driven. It's government driven. It's a taxing and finance tool that government uses. It's not something that the county agreed with. And so
Sure, I hear what you're saying.
if industry is interested in developing in that area, that's fine. But there's also a significant amount of money that comes from tax increment financing that goes to administrative costs. And my concern is that if the city of Newburgh has an expectation that Sedcor is going to come in and help funnel industries into that area and help do that work, then I have an issue with them not paying for part of that as well. So that's my concern. And you know, this is coming from the mayor, Rick Rogers, who said, and kind of weighed in on SEDCOR's contracts and said, oh, you know, you guys have to keep working with them. You know, we need them. That's fine. But I feel like if there's so much attention and effort and time being invested into the urban renewal project, then it's something the city of Newbury needs to pay for.
And if I may, I just wanted to clarify again, and I know Eric, I just wanted to confirm what Eric was sharing earlier in his presentation when there was a question that came up about the funding source for the work and for this contract that's paid for. Again, it is 100% with the county's allocation of the video lottery that is specific to economic development. You know, there's restricted uses on what we can use those funds. There's no general fund. There's no other revenues that are coming into this source. This is the activities that have been funded through Fund 26 are from those video lottery funds. And that is what is being used to fund the contract and support the work that SEDCOR has been doing. You know, so I just wanted to clarify that, you know, that's the specific revenue source that supports this contract.
But you mentioned you have cities that contract with you directly.
They're members. So we're also a member-based organization. And so we have cities that are members that participate in a membership basis, not a contract.
We do have a
At least
contract
in
of services
Yamaha
for
County,
the
so.
city of Salem.
Right.
So it's an option if they wanted to. Okay.
I have a question for Ken. Thank you.
Mhm.
So knowing that that's the dedicated fund to pay for this contract. But I think what I'm saying is that there would be other options to use the video lottery dollars for other economic development projects, programs, or contracts.
Mhm.
It's not specifically. so
It's
that's-
not dedicated just for that.
Right.
Where this came out of, because in years past, during the budget process, there was an annual grant program to where the county would open for solicitation. And we still actually, we just haven't done the program in light of the pandemic over the last couple of years. We forego rolling out those business grants because really the emphasis and Abhishek was really helpful in rolling out some of the CARES Act business emergency grants that we rolled out. So we hadn't been doing the strategic investment grants out of this program. So we've done that in the past. And in 2017, when the scope of work was developed and we initiated in the RFP, it was at the time with that board, the intention was to get more deliberate and have more of an investment or a more strategic approach in bringing in a contractor to deliver that instead of just going through an annual process of issuing grants each year. And so again, we opened up an RFP. We went through that process. SEDCOR was selected, and here we are today with the current contract. But you're right, it's not restricted to the point that can only be spent on this specific contract. It has to be spent on economic development activities. And there's been a variety of investments made over the years, whether it's, you know, directly through a grant program, directly to businesses, or funding SEDCOR, also paying for memberships that also participating with SEDCOR with some of the other economic development programs as well.
And Chair, I would just say that I think that I don't think that a 6-month extension is the appropriate tool here, given how I think it's I think it would be irresponsible to the projects that are ongoing that just can't be finished, and that we're going to leave businesses high and dry with. And so my preference would be that the June of 2023, you know, I was thinking longer out than that, but just so that there is enough time to do a revised scope of work, and in the process, really get into like, what do we, you know, if the majority of the board wants the scope of work to say no work inside of UGVs or inside of city limits, then that's probably something that technically you could do if you wanted to. If you chose to, that's right. If you chose to would be the appropriate words. So I just think that extending it to 2023 of June would be appropriate.
For a year.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, the thoughts that I would have is, and I'm looking at Christian, and then also is when we're looking at the scope of work, that at certain points, if we're modifying the original scope of work that's tied to the original RFP and that work plan, at some point, then it would be worthwhile to have the discussion of, before you make too many modifications, that if that's something to explore, that's where I'd probably be encouraging that we need to do a revised scope of work and a new RFP process, or go down that path. Because depending on how substantial the changes are to the original contract, we can amend scopes of work, and we made some amendments with the scope of work, but it was really smaller additions to the scope of work. It didn't change the overall to where it, could put the contractor into a position that you're putting them in a place you're asking them to perform work that's beyond their scope of work, or not necessarily in their wheelhouse. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's a good point, because we did amend it last year.
Right.
And if I may, the other element that I would also just briefly talk about is, because we did make the previous amendment around the impacted industries and what that was going to look like for that grant and moving forward, and keeping that in mind in that rollout, and working with EDAC and working with August and SEDCOR. That was part of the agreement. So that would be another one of those elements that, depending on what the board is deciding on what that handoff and that timing and that timeline is going to look like, is another part that we're, to also take into consideration as well.
A question about, if we were to, let's say we were to extend it for a year, in that it's continuing with the current scope of work, or in that year, we would be perhaps taking the time to look at retooling that scope of work. Is that something that, in other words, under the current agreement, we would have that year, but during that time, we could make overtures for total, retooling.
certainly.
And we would do that in alignment with our strategic planning project as well. So that, and yours, right?
And
So that
ours.
we're doing that, looking at that forward looking, what is that strategy? And I appreciate what Commissioner Kula said in terms of just a reminder that we're currently working under the contract that we were given. And we certainly have gone above and beyond, especially during COVID, and it was appropriate to do so, right? At the same time, that is the contract that we're working under. And if this board wanted the contract to look differently, certainly that is up to this board, right, to determine if that's the case. We would like to provide you with enough information from our perspective about what's happening in the realm, what's happening in the region, to help you feel like you can make an informed decision. That process has to be done together, right? If we're revising the scope of work in terms of revisiting the contract work with the county. So having time to do that would be extremely valuable, especially to be able to incorporate some of this thought that comes out of the strategic planning.
And to ensure we are getting, your thoughtful consideration of what you want to see us do, or a provider do in the future. I mean, that's, and that, as Abhishek said, that would be informing our strategic plan for our region and our organization as well. We want to be sure we're being consistent with the communities we serve.
And to Commissioner, from your point, I'm not trying to suggest that we be that rigid. I just think that, like in the case of the childcare facility, right? There's so much time and effort invested into that, and then it just didn't happen. It had to move, right? So that's the frustrating part for me is, are we being good stewards of the money if we continue to find that there's roadblock after roadblock? Are we investing it in the right way? And the part that would make me more amenable to a 6-month contract is that, whether right or wrong, you're kind of being brought into this overall discussion of how do we need to restructure how we do things in the county? Do we want an in-house economic development person? Maybe that doesn't serve the function of what you do, but has more small business, focus or whatever. And some of that comes out of COVID and what happened during COVID. We've talked about a communications person, right? So there's kind of different pieces that we're looking at saying, okay, well, we spend all this money here and we spend all this money here, and yet are we really getting the totality of what we want out of all of that? And so my thought was it would be great to have the budget committee, when we meet on May 2nd, have them be part of that discussion. They're all small business owners. I mean, they're connected to our industries, and see how they feel about the investment too. So, in terms of, 6 months of June 30th, and obviously that's almost 2 months before that. I don't suspect that the work is just going to stop. I mean, if we do 6 months of contract, it's not going to stop. But I do feel like the important pieces of the conversation should involve some of the budget committee discussions, but it should also involve our other goals that we're talking about that will be discussed during the budget committee. So that was my thought on it. 6 months sounds like a good compromise in terms of having those discussions occur a good 2 months before we would actually have to make a decision.
So Chair, I just want to make sure we're thinking of the same timeline. Our current contract ends June 30th of this year. So that's.
Oh,
in 2
right,
months.
excuse me. That's
So a
right.
6
I
month
was thinking of
extension
that one.
would be through December.
Yes.
And again, that's why we recommended a 1-year extension through June 30th of next year, was to align with your budgeting process while doing the strategic planning, revising the scope of work. I just want to make sure you understood we're not currently under contract until December 30th. This board made the determination that it would be June 30th of this year.
That's right. I was thinking before the end of the contract. Regardless, though, I feel like the budget commission and all these discussions and helping us work through some of these issues. And these
I'm trying to think, and you've been on the budget committee, I think, as long as I have. And every year we have had the opportunity to provide discussion on this. I'm trying to think, have we talked in the Economic Development Fund about how we spend the money? Because it's not really, budget committee is driven primarily by how much money and not how it's used, right? That's a policy decision, is how we spend the money. And so mostly I just think like EDAC is probably just as valuable in that regard as budget committee is how much. And that obviously how much is a policy decision, but on what we leave contractors or EDAC and ourselves to.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
wondering, and I think that's good, but also our strategic, our time discussing our strategic plan hasn't happened. And it's almost like we can't really make a decision here if we haven't made a decision there. So more importantly, I think, to your point, Commissioner, that the budget committee, I would love to hear what they have to say, but I don't know how conversant they are with this contract and with the work we've done in the past. So I would love to hear what they have to say, but I would be more interested in what our strategic plan informs us regarding this contract.
Yeah, and I think that I'm anticipating the budget discussion will also inform the strategic plan, right? I mean, we need to kind of see where we're at.
Right.
And so that was my thought.
So the 6 months, does that, we want to make sure that we're not putting anything in mothballs that's currently got momentum. And so 6 months, there's the 6 month concern there. But then if we're not really sure how we're going to proceed after we've had our strategic discussion, then we've got another 6 months after that.
Yes, and we had the initial start of a strategic plan meeting and, there wasn't really anything specific discussed. And that was when was that, January? So now here we are 4 months later, 5 months later. So I think it's going to take some time for us to get through that.
Which-
So I'm not expecting to have a decision by June 30th. I just,
And Chair, that's why I would recommend that we just extend it through June of 2023, is that's the budget cycle that we will see a budget on. And then strategic plan will inform where we go during the year in anticipation of another budget cycle, right?
So that so if there were projects, let's say we decided in a year, or we decided prior to that we were going to end the contract in a year, we would have, SEDCOR would have enough time to sort of renegotiate how they were going to deal with what was already in the pipeline.
Yeah, I can.
And I don't know that we're going to have any information, to be fair to the work that's being done. We don't want that to come to a screeching halt. So I'm kind of torn, but I'm leaning more towards a year so that we do get everything figured out before we start pulling the plug on stuff that's important.
Commissioners, if I could just add one thing to follow up on what something Ken mentioned earlier, I think that time frame would also provide enough time for in the board's process to determine if you have a revised scope of work, if you do decide that you want to go out for another RFP, that would provide time to both develop the new scope of work, release the RFP, and possibly have gone through that process by June of next year as well, so that if that's the direction you decide to go, that provides, I think, sufficient timing for that process. I think it would be a lot to expect that process to be developed and completed by.
Okay.
So just for clarification, if we do a year contract, is it technically an extension or? Okay.
Yeah, and doing that and sort of being ready for an RFP, if that's the direction that the board side decides to go, kind of fits well within the general guidance that we provide, not just the board, but departments as well. When you do solicitations like this, doing them every 5 to 7 years is a good time frame. And this would be 6 years after we did the prior contract. Again, going through this process, the board might decide that you want to bring this money back in internally and fund a county staff position. But if the decision is made to continue with a contractor, that would be within that 5 to 7 year window. I'd have to go back and look and see how much of a response we got. That's what we generally suggest.
So we could do 1 year extension, but then perhaps after budget committee meetings and those discussions that happen, come back and say, hey, we want to revise, whatever it is in the contract that we'd like to see.
Well, typically what we've done, because right now we don't have anything in the packet or anything on the agenda as far as an extension, I think, my recommendation would be is if there's consensus that that's what you would like to see in the amendment, then Christian and I could work with Eric and Abisha on preparing what that amendment's going to look like. And then if the board wants to have further discussion or do further review on additions, improvements, or, things that you would like to see included in that amendment, it's just cleaner to do those amendments and being able to have the discussions and do that in one action. So then we would come back before the board as an agenda item with an amendment to the current agreement that extends it and makes whatever revisions to the scope of work that needs to happen at the same time.
But I don't know that we're going to be able to, what's your timeline? Because I'm thinking until after the strategic discussion, we're not going to have any more information on it.
Then in that case, we would just come back with an extension request for an amendment, and we can always mutually agree, and work out other amendments that may come up and then come back before the board. And make further
I mean,
amendments.
you may not have sort of 5,000 foot level changes to the scope of work, but if between now and June 30th, you came up with some 35,000 foot level potential changes in the scope of work that would be something that SEDCOR was amenable to, we could certainly try and incorporate some of those in the amendment. But again, I think it depends on how much of an opportunity the board's had to have that more in-depth discussion between now and when we would be looking at an extension beyond June 30th of this year.
So extend with the current scope of work
Mhm.
for a year. And then additional amendments as we flesh out what are.
And we can always continue to have that ongoing conversation. We have those conversations with contractors all the time. So even if there isn't a specific change made to the scope of work, I think if the direction and desire of the board is continued to be conveyed to SEDCOR, and SEDCOR's had an opportunity to provide some input and thoughts about whether or not what the board would like to see fits with what they are able to do, those conversations can always continue to happen even after we've entered into a contract extension. So it doesn't lock necessarily anything in stone. We can always continue to have those kinds of conversations and communication.
And Chair, if I may, I was thinking Commissioner Sarah was speaking to things and I was trying to listen closely. And one of the things that it seemed like is that you might appreciate a higher level of communication on a regular basis, like updates about what SEDCOR, what Abisha is working on. I don't know if I was hearing that or you were saying it.
Are you hearing voices again, Commissioner? Because
I'm hearing your voice.
because yeah, and we have talked a little bit about, like, for instance, my specific observation was that the last quarterly report I felt was in my estimation, it wasn't enough detail about specifically what SEDCOR's role was in those projects. It was more a report on what others had been doing. So there was that concern, and I shared with the administrator, and I think we even talked about this at another meeting. But yeah, I think it's really important for us to get detailed information about specific projects and how that impacts the county, not just the regional projects. So yeah, communication is really key to us having a level of confidence that this is a contract that is, we've got that fiduciary responsibility. Is it responsible?
And I was just thinking, because that's what I thought I was hearing. And I was thinking that might be something that can go in the 35,000 foot version.
Yeah, that's
a contract amendment.
a good example of kind of.
I can't actually remember what it says now.
I think that if the parties came to an agreement, right, if the board is interested in some additional communication, some additional updates, and SEDCOR, through conversations we can come to agreement on what those additional reports and what that additional information would look like. That would be something I think we could include in an amendment through June of next year.
Provided that you don't have to you aren't forced to disclose confidential business information. Because that's always
Yeah, we'll
This is
always
why.
be clear about the things that we want
Yeah,
to share.
I don't want to push you too much on that, but I think that that's a good.
Yeah, we would love to have
Yeah.
some additional direction on what the desires and expectations of reporting or direct communication might look like. When we first started the contract, we were given a template for reporting, and that template lasted for the first 2 years. We revisited after the end of that, and then, to be honest, COVID hit. And so the request of SEDCOR to the board was for a revised template based on the feedback we had received. Staff and everyone else, right? Just the world blew up, right? So that didn't happen. And so we took it upon ourselves to just take different approach to the reporting and have continued to adjust based off of the feedback that we've received. And certainly it sounds, especially based on your feedback, Commissioner Sarah, as though we could continue to improve on that. Having a template provided by the county would be very helpful in helping outline the things that you want or expect or need to hear. So that would be good to get. And/or we'll continue to just try to make improvements and see how quickly we get there for you.
I think in the past, you had kind of regular routine one-on-one, kind of our official rep from the commission. Hour, so we're certainly open to more frequent conversation, just on a regular basis, just to give you an idea of what we're doing and get your input, also feedback.
Okay. I think what I'm envisioning is perhaps a strategic planning session before budget committee meetings. Maybe with not an expectation to decide on anything, but at least see if there's consensus about, do we need to restructure? Is there a desire to do that? Do we want additional positions and maybe some gaps that we're seeing? And then we're also kind of in the middle of contract negotiations as well. So that's another factor. And then coming forward in the budget committee meetings and having that discussion about where the county's at, where our pressures are on our budget. And then perhaps after that, if we just say, look, we can't afford an in-house economic person, right? It's off the table. Then perhaps we come forward and say, and do a plan around Site 4, the scope of work of Site 4, and have that discussion after the budget meeting. Assuming that we do a one-year extension.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the question in my mind. Got it.
So that's kind of what I'm envisioning. Was there?
Yeah, I think that's a great
Okay.
way to lay out the process going forward.
So you're
You were
talking
looking
about,
for a second.
yeah, before budget, well, I mean, there's not a whole lot of time between now and then, which is regrettable, because that's a discussion I think that should happen prior to budget, but I don't know that we can realistically, based on what's on everybody's plate, get that done unless we just say, how about we do an initial strategic discussion?
Well, we did an initial one, but it was very high level.
It was very, yeah,
And nothing was really discussed.
no,
So I'm saying, remove the bells and whistles and just have a discussion with, come forward and say, where are the gaps, where might we change some things or restructure? And if there's no consensus, then that informs what happens in the budget meeting and what happens in the Site 4 scope of work discussion.
okay. Look, on our schedule, looking at what we have with work sessions and all of that, is there something that you see we might be able to add to our schedule between now and budget?
I'll have to take a look at the schedule and look at that, because I just know we have budget committee session scheduled for kicking off the week of May 2nd. And of course, I'm neck deep in preparing for all of that. And also staff, the rest of the staff is with the number of projects going. So I'd like some time to think about it, and I could come back next week and we could have a discussion looking at calendars and take a look what that looks like.
Even if we have to add another session, if it
Mhm.
doesn't look, I mean,
Yeah.
Ken's like, no, there is just no time for this.
You've
That's
seen
how
my-
I interpret
You've
saw
seen
your-
my calendar.
I saw your
Yes.
calendar. Okay,
Based on the discussion, I can take a look at it, and then I can provide some more detailed feedback or information, maybe as early as next week.
Okay, so Christian, you said that the contract extension would come forward on a different, once it's prepared and at a different meeting prior to June 30th.
Yeah, we would certainly want to probably put that in place as far in advance before June 30th to give SEDCOR a sense of whether or not it's
Correct.
expected to continue, because I think that has an impact on the work they do in the intervening 3 months. Am I right about that? So, but I know that the board needs some additional time to maybe discuss and think about what types of changes beyond simply extending it for another year you might have to see. And then we could certainly then bring that back since it's ready, if that's the consensus.
I mean, I think the consensus, as I'm hearing it, sorry, it was just that we're ready to have a year extension. So I want to make sure, because there was a little caveat in there, like, well, in case, but
We'll work on the amendment
Yeah.
and work
Okay.
with SEDCOR and preparing that with that timeline extension based on what the board has, and
Okay.
then there'll be another discussion.
Yeah, and it will look much like the last extension unless we decide to make some other changes to the scope of work, and simply be extending it through June 30th, 23.
So we don't vote today, but if there's consensus that we'll do a year extension, we'll prepare that. But my concern is that we may not know if a scope of work is going to change until, we get close.
And that could be a future amendment.
yes.
That could
Because we
be,
did one mid.
yeah, you've seen the HHS contract. Sometimes it's amendment 8, 9, 10, that happens with contracts. And so we're able to have those discussions.
Pretty agile bunch too, so we'll certainly work with you as you identify their opportunities. to see us look at under that existing contract.
Okay. So commissioners, do I have at least a verbal consensus that we will extend for a year?
Is that all you need is just?
That's.
Yeah, just direction that's something that's.
That gives us direction on what to
going
prepare
forward.
and bring back for the board to consider and approve.
And we'll work with Sedcor in the meantime to
Right.
pull that together.
And I'm trying to be realistic about any scope of work changes. I don't think we're gonna get there before
Yeah.
June 30th.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
I
I
would say
think at this
just
point,
prepare it, you know,
Yeah.
as though
we'll
there's
sim-
none.
Then we'll
and
work
then-
on a simple 1-year extension.
Mhm.
I think you're right.
Yeah, there's no way. Thank you. Thank you. both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
very
you
good,
all.
Thank you.
very
Thank
good.
you
For the
very
discussion
much.
today.
And if I may, sorry, I know we
Were you
were,
adding a wrinkle?
we were approaching the finish line, but the one thought or the one discussion that I'd like to, kind of point out. Because I heard, at least several times from the board expressing wanting to have more communications or have that more readily information. And, over time, it's kind of developed into a liaison responsibility. It just happens. And I know the board really tries to not creep into other areas of liaison. And a lot of times with staff, they're cautious, about making sure that they're first communicating with their liaison. And I thought this would be an opportune time. And, Commissioner Chair, you're the liaison to economic development. And maybe it'd be worthwhile to have a discussion if, here with the board, like if Commissioner Starrett would like to have more immediate contact or updates, that maybe we should relook at the communication structure or encourage as part of the agreement that instead of all communications go here to make sure that there's communications or possibly regular meetings having, which, with how broad in scope economic development can be, it's just something else to kind of consider. So then that way, if a commissioner feels like, well, I have some questions about this, but I'm not liaison to this area, and, to not have potential conflicts and making sure that, we're being respectful to areas of liaison, that might be another approach or a discussion the board may want to consider.
Prior to COVID, were you coming in every quarter to do a
Yes.
presentation?
And I have been throughout COVID.
Yeah.
Just
Virtually.
presentations via the Zoom.
Yeah.
right?
Zoom,
Yeah.
yes.
Coming in.
Okay.
Coming in.
Yeah.
I mean, does that feel sufficient? I think once a quarter is pretty often.
Yeah, when
Um,
prior to COVID and before you joined the board, I was also meeting with my previous liaisons it depended, right?
Mhm.
Depending on the liaison, but either once a month or every 2 weeks, just a
Okay.
one-on-one meeting. And as I've shared before, those engagements are an opportunity to share a little bit more detail, right?
Mhm.
That's not in a public setting. And I think that helps in having context when the quarterly updates come, to just understand, oh, that's the boots on the ground work that Sedcor is doing when they're talking about these larger projects. I think sometimes to our biggest detriment, we're not very good at talking about the work we do because we see ourselves as being a catalyst, even though we very much do boots on the ground work. We like to celebrate when partners come together. And I think we're very good at celebrating when partners come together, and we're not always very good at explaining the work we specifically did to make sure that happened, or to develop something, or to fund something, or the specifics, right? And that mostly comes out of those one-on-one conversations. So I appreciate what Ken is saying, because there had been times between folks and especially during COVID, when Commissioner Kula was,
Bugging
you're
you.
still doing the community
Bugging
meetings,
you,
right?
yeah.
But there was more of that direct communication with other board members at different times. And you can certainly see the benefit of having those lines of communication. So we are open to however the board would like to receive communication in order to ensure that you feel confident that you understand the work we're doing. Because if the work we're doing isn't what you want us to be doing, that's one thing. But if you think we're not doing the work you want us to do because you don't understand the work we're doing, well, that is a fail on our end. So we need to make sure that we are matching your needs and expectations for communication.
And if you've got projects or investors or, folks that we need to be talking to, that you come across in your, daily regime as well. That's a good opportunity for us to get input too.
Like when I was like, hey, what about MLB PDX?
Yeah, that one.
I guess I don't see this relationship so much as a liaison relationship, even though it's technically been, because we all deal with economic development all the time, all three of us, so.
It's very
um,
true.
If we need to be having meetings just directly with you, Abishan, no matter what commissioner, that's fine.
And then you, am I right that you're on SEDCOR board? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay, you are.
Yeah.
And I think that's like that nice clear, like you're the liaison, you're on the SEDCOR board.
Sure.
But
mean,
yeah,
if
I
we have
understand what you mean.
concerns Or, something comes up with an
Mhm.
industry in our county, right? I feel like you
Yeah,
need
we
to be
can
able
jump
to
on that.
have the opportunity and feel like you can reach out directly, so.
Yeah, it's a recovery mode right now, so
Yeah.
we're still in the energy of all that as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We done?
Okay, any further?
I'm looking at
questions?
these two just in case. I think so. Thank you very much.
All right,
you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
everybody. Yeah. thank you.
appreciate it.
And thank you, ladies, for helping us get it all set up. I always appreciate your help.
Okay. Sure. So we. Let's finish
I'm empty.
consent. There's nothing on consent, so we'll just move through consent and take a break before. Okay.
Before old business.
Okay, so that ends our work session. Item G is consent agenda. There is none. And before we jump into this discussion for old business, we will adjourn for 15 minutes. So that puts us back here at what, 12:25? Sorry.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna run across the street and get water.
Okay, I'm gonna charge my computer.
And those are off right now? What about the one on the stand?
All three of those are off.
Sounds like
No, we have something.
Yeah.
I might as well say it. I know we're
Like a
live.
router.
And probably people are raising questions because, we do seem to be having some type of in-room audio issues. We're getting some feedback through the microphones. And I know we've been getting emails from folks saying that they're hearing the same thing and watching the Zoom or watching the YouTube feed as well. So we're trying to do the best we can and diagnose what the issue is, but we're not sure what's happening. So much for my theory, or it being the wireless microphones.
Okay, so we are going to re-enter the meeting as 12:27. And we apologize if you can't hear. We're working on the issue and appreciate patience. And we're opening back up under item H, which is old business. Item H1 is consideration of approval of recommendations to be made by the selection committee for the Yamhill County Investing in Nonprofit Organizations Grant Program. This is continued from March 31st of 2022. And Ken, is there a way that you want to kind of tackle this? Have Carrie introduce results?
well, we need to do all business.
That is old business.
That's the only item under old business, I believe.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were
Did I
doing.
miss something?
Oh, no, sorry, I did.
Okay.
All right, turn my microphone back on. Just trying to make sure I'm not the culprit. So where we're at right now, and Carrie Martin is joining us via Zoom, and what I'll probably do is just a quick introduction, and then I'll hand it off to Carrie so we can actually talk about the actual recommendation that's being brought forward and the process and how we got here. So again, this is related to the ARPA, the grants for nonprofit organizations. So we opened a solicitation, convened a review committee, and received 52 applications. And the reviewers, the applications were divided up with the reviewers. They were provided a scoring matrix. They went through, they scored the applications. Carrie Martin has really been working diligently and taking all those scores and putting those into the spreadsheet and then trying to get it into a format that you can read. But as you can see, it's a pretty large spreadsheet when you're looking at all 52 applicants. And what you're going to find that's in the packet and what's been presented to the board, in addition to providing the total scores based on the scoring criteria that was used and where the applications came out, there's 3 scenarios that are being presented, because keeping in mind that we had just over $2 million of the ARPA funds available for projects, and when you start getting into a number of capital projects, which had that ceiling of $500,000 that you can make a request. And when you start seeing that, the number of proposals that you fund, that pool gets smaller. And so Carrie and I earlier this week were talking about some various options for the board to consider. One option is, as advertised, fund what was requested at that amount, and then you see that smaller group of recommendations. Step 2 would be is modify where everyone across the board, 75% funding level based on those requests, and then you can see where you can fund some additional programs based on the rankings, or a hybrid kind of a 50% to the capital projects, but then do 100% to all the other eligible program areas. And then you can see that that funds an even larger amount. So we wanted to make sure that the board had some options and not only looking at the recommendation that's coming forward based on the scoring that was done, but also some options because several of the capital projects ranked really high scoring wise, and that has an impact on of course, on the number of projects that we can fund with this. So on that, I probably shared way too much, or a lot more. I probably took some of this that Carrie was probably going to present, but I can't help it. Stop talking. So Carrie, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Well, that was an excellent introduction. And you're right, you did cover most everything that I was going to say to sort of set the stage and remind the commissioners kind of where we are, what we were working with, and how we got to this place that we are right now. So the only other thing I would probably add to that introduction is so the total pool that we were working with is $2,265,430. We received 52 applications for nearly $8.6 million in total requests. There were 5 categories that folks could choose to apply under: planning and technical assistance, general operating support, program and project support, capacity building, or the capital purchase, construction, acquisition section. The applications we received were from across the county, of course, most being centered in McMinnville and Newburgh. So we received 60% from McMinnville, 23% from Newburgh, 4% from Carlton, Dayton, Lafayette, and Sheridan, and 2% from Amity and Willamina. So that's, I think Ken went over the criteria that was given to the selection committee. So each application was reviewed by 2 members and scored by 2 members. And then those scores were averaged and ranked across all categories. So that brings us to this spreadsheet, which I apologize is small, but probably larger what you're looking at. So this shows each organization by category, and then what they asked for, what their average score was, and their rank overall. So you can see, 6 people or 6 organizations applied for capacity building, 10 applied for the capital section. So that shows you a little bit of the distribution. All of the applications were the same, however. There was no difference between people who applied for capacity building versus project or program. It's all the same application. So I don't know that I can make this bigger so what I have over here is in the option 1, which is 100% of funding of the request based on rank until the money runs out. And that shows at the bottom here. What I did do is, so the corresponding rank, the ones that are in red are the ones that that was as far as we were able to get. So you see that the last that we were able to fund in this category was number 15. And I made it red because the amount of money left over was less than their original ask. So same is true for the other 2 columns. Option 2, 75% funding across the board by rank only. And then option 3, 50% of the capital projects, 100% of all others. So if you look at the second page, then I broke it out into who would be funded, what were the dollar amounts for each of those options. So you see on option 1, we've got everybody at their 100% ask until you get down to position 15. And the Housing Authority's request for $250,000, we didn't have that much left over. So we would be able to fund 82% of that ask at $206,115. The same is then true. Whoa, that went fast. Hang on. There we go. The same is then true for option 2. when you get down to position 18, community home builders, we only had enough to fund 32% of the eligible portion. And so that means 32% of the 75%. And then option 3, this one's a little bit different. So I highlighted in red all of the applications in rank that were for capital, construction, purchase, or acquisition. And those were the ones that received a 50% decrease from their original ask. And then, so we went 18 positions, the last of which still did not have enough funding left for a full request. So that was 62% of the eligible portion, which is 62% of 50%. I know that's a lot of information and a lot of numbers.
Carrie, this is Commissioner Bershauer. I just wanted to ask, and I was reading through, you sent us a data set in the spreadsheet that listed the responses from the committee members and kind of their, when they were scoring their comments and stuff, which was really helpful. It did seem really robotic in terms of how they were responding, which I think is great, because that's really what we wanted, was to have that strict lens of, did they meet these requirements? Was it included in the selection process whether or not these groups, like the size of the group or access to, constant funding streams or, like anything like that? Was that
I'm sorry. So you have seen and you approved the actual application questions. What I instructed the selection committee is that they were to review and score each application that they were assigned, and they were each assigned 7 or 8, to review them and score them individually and without regard to other organizations, and to do that scoring based on what was included in the application, not to bring any outside knowledge to it, because the grant application is supposed to stand for itself.
Okay.
The thing that we emphasize is always potential impact and urgency. So those are the two biggest criteria for a higher score. Is, has the applicant express the reason for what is the need for this, and how is it urgent, and what is the potential impact that it will have on the community or the service area. So yeah, there are given those sort of guidelines, and there are each question was broken down into subparts so that there were very specific pieces that would need to be considered in creating the score. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so like there was no weighting applied for, let's say, Providence versus Remnant Initiatives.
No, not insofar as a scoring criteria that would say Providence has a service area that is much larger, or a service population that is much larger than Remnant Initiatives. That was not one of the evaluation criteria. And that's difficult to do with so many variables. There are so many various sizes of organizations that applied that it would be a very difficult challenge to separate those out.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, and Carrie, thank you for this. I'm looking at, in conversations with the Housing Authority, I think, and I don't know if you've had contact with them.
I have.
I believe there might have been a mistake in how they listed. Did you already talk? Basically what happened was they mistakenly put project instead of capital, and that impacted the ultimate endpoint here.
Yeah, I spoke with them yesterday because, so in the application process online, there's a drop-down menu that allows you to select which of the 5 categories. And so the person who did, I believe it's a development consultant, the person who did their application mistakenly chose project and program grant. And that only has a threshold of $250,000. So their concern was that they felt that the application itself spoke more to a capital project than a project or program grant, but that is virtually indiscernible from the standpoint of the reviewer, because there is so much latitude between the different categories. There were often, for example, you might have somebody apply under general operating, and they actually, part of their budget would be in supporting programs and projects. There may also been a capital purchase, a piece of equipment, but they chose which category to be considered under. So, you know, it is unfortunate. We have a couple of these incidents each time we run a grant program that, you know, somebody makes a mistake. For the most part, if it's, you know, a small error that we can catch prior to the evaluation process, then we can certainly make corrections. This was not found. I didn't discover this until I was reviewing the data and doing the ranking.
But it's not something that's irreversible or not remediable. Is that a word? Remedial.
One version of the outcome would have them essentially get what option 3 I would say would essentially, but I'm sorry, Kelly, Carrie, do you want to go? I apologize.
No. Yeah. So in this particular case, there is no actual difference because of how they ranked. They would not have received that 500,000. It would have been a different issue that we would have had to address if they had been ranked, say 5, because then they would have been in a position to receive 100% potentially, depending on what the commissioners decide of that ask. But because of their rank, that didn't come into play. Does that make sense?
It does and it doesn't, but that's, yeah. Thank you.
I stopped sharing, and if it's helpful, I can reshare, but you know, they because they were 15th, they were the last position that could potentially be funded under the 100% as far as the rank goes. So there was only that amount of money left over, which was not going to be either the 250 or the 500. In the second scenario, everybody would get 75%. And in the third scenario, actually, they would end up being in a better position, because if they were under the capital section, they would take 50% off, which would drop them to 250 anyway. But because they were in the project and program, then they were eligible for 100%.
But
That scenario.
but just to clarify, because that's where the impact is, it's not on the scoring. You know, the selection of the wrong
Correct.
box had no impact on the scoring of the application. It's really the total score is where it's at. It's the funding amount and what's available and where they ranked out, you know, compared to the other 52 applications is where that impact comes in.
And had they scored higher in the rank, then that would have been a question that I started with for the board, is to make a decision based on the situation at hand, that they had made an error on their application, but this was the consequence. And then it would be up to you to decide how to move forward on that.
I realized that there was so much work that went into this by grant evaluators. I just want to give a great big thank you to the grant evaluators before we get any further, because I realized this was so much work.
Absolutely.
All right, got it. Got it out of the way.
They did a tremendous job. And the reality is that they are not professional evaluators. Many of them have never evaluated a grant proposal before. And so for them to take the kind of time that it took for them to thoughtfully evaluate each one of their applications, and you know, it's a tremendous thing that we're asking of them. So I appreciate the work they all did.
Yeah, absolutely. And their comments were great too. They really sounded like they were into it.
Yes.
Excited
Thank you.
about it.
And we enlisted people who had, this is their first entree to this type of thing, and we tapped them and asked them. And so, yeah, thank you to them.
So any other technical questions before we kind of get into the discussion or debate around?
I have a question for Ken, and this goes to our search and rescue. And I know that we had some discussion about that allocation we were going to give to CERT and Aries. And then I believe, I don't know if it was the sheriff's office or emergency management that said, well, we've got a bunch of other organizations like search and rescue and the mounted posse. Are they going to get that? And well, I thought Aries and CERT was going to get, that was my intention.
I think that's what was supposed to.
So I went and reviewed the notes, and during the deliberations, there was funding allocated, I believe it was $5,000 to emergency management. And my notes reflected it was really for all those organizations, whether it's VRU, search and rescue, posse, Aries. That's what I had in my notes, that it really encompassed all those orgs, because they all work directly either with the sheriff or with emergency management. And so it was to make additional funding for emergency management to be able to work with those organizations when they have small requests or do some type of request process and address needs that may come up each year. Yeah, because that was a lengthy discussion during deliberations. When every year we see a request coming from the support organizations was to direct some funds to emergency management to go and call Brian and see what he may have available to support activities.
Okay, and I just one more addition to that is that we've had CERT and Aries come to us with specific requests. So we were aware of what their needs were, and that's why it was like it would have been easier to just allocate this so that they were able to draw from that. But I don't know that we had requests from the other organizations with specific needs that we could fund. So it's sort of like they came to us with requests, and this is how we addressed it with this pot of money. So I don't know that it's entirely equitable for us to include those other organizations, because if they have a need, I think we need to fund it. But certain Areas has come to us with specific requests. And that's what my intention was, that's fund certain Areas.
Right, and they're different groups.
No.
SAR is different from posse, well, kind of different from posse, but then CERT is different. than
But
Aries.
certain Areas comes to us every budget cycle and says, hey, and their requests are for for things like vests and hats. And it was like, why should they, who work so hard for the county, have to come to us and ask for these little things? Let's get them some money so that will cover it. But the other organizations never came to us. We didn't know there was a need. So I don't know that the intention was for them to be part of this, because it's such a little pot of money that nobody really gets enough to cover their needs.
Right. Oh, well,
I don't know about, yeah, right.
I don't know. Because based on, I'm kind of going back into last year's deliberations and what was, and the additional discretionary that was given to emergency management to fund those requests. And you're correct, every budget year, Aries and CERT come and make requests to I'm not sure how that started, but they continue to do that. I don't know if they're getting direction from the sheriff's office that's like, don't bug us with your request, go ask the board. I don't know. But
Just speculating now.
I know. But you're right, because I also know, because we're building packets right now. We have another request that's coming forward from Aries, that will be discussed budget week. So yes, there were funds to hopefully address those needs, so they wouldn't have to be necessarily coming during the public hearing and making requests directly to the board. And it could be they're working with the sheriff's office and emergency management, but then also at the same time wanting to request additional funds this way.
Do you mean specifically search and rescue?
No.
All the above.
Oh, all the above. Okay.
I saw there was a search and rescue request that was in here, and But I hadn't seen another request from search and rescue as part of the budget process. So first time I've seen a request is here as part of this. But again, we opened it to nonprofits, and search and rescue does have their nonprofit status. They're affiliated and support the sheriff's office, but they also have their own separate nonprofit status as well. Yeah. And they historically do fundraisers in years past to help offset the costs and support things. I'm thinking of like the Christmas tree sales is a big one that they do.
Yeah.
And same thing with like CERT, who also will do support at the fairgrounds or in other areas, and they get funds to help offset some of their operational costs and needs. So, yeah.
There's typically not direct funding from the sheriff's department for SAR.
No.
It's all volunteer and.
Correct. Yeah.
Um,
And I don't know if I answered your question.
I was gonna say, did I answer your question?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I guess I
Not the way
haven't seen
wanted
it.
you to.
I haven't seen a request from search and rescue at budget presentations. I'm taking it that, you know, the evaluators thought it was ranking high enough to use the nonprofit money for it. But did you have a concern that you prefer to see them at budget? Is that?
Well, I guess my original concern was that these organizations work very hard. They're volunteer based. They don't have any funding whatsoever. And when we see them coming, or just certain areas have come and ask for such minimal things, that I felt like we can't be putting them in the position to come and ask for hats and vests when they're out in the heat and the cold working for us. So those were the only ones that ever came to us. And I'm just saying that I want to make sure everybody gets what they need from us in whatever capacity that's, whatever route we're going to go.
So if we're done with technical questions, I guess we can kind of kick off the overarching discussion. I like this process because it allows a different set of eyes to kind of bring forward what technically looks like it's a responsible way of spending these dollars, right? But I feel like our role is also to apply the lens of what we know of these groups and what they do for our county. So a little bit different of a discussion and kind of our own scoring, if you will. I was surprised to see so much money focused on capital purchases and acquisitions, and particularly the top three.
I was going to joke about a text, but Carrie doesn't know that the sheriff just showed up.
Ugh, the sheriff.
Her mic is good. I'll say that. It was.
You missed the SAR discussion.
Oh, you were. Okay, you were. I thought I was looking up there for you, but you're there. He hears that.
So top, you said something about top three.
Yeah, so, the top three, YCAP, Virginia Garcia, Providence, these are large organizations that have access to, large grants, a lot of revenue streams. And I was surprised to see that, and if you put it in relation to the folks who are asking for general operating expenses, those folks they're asking for money to help keep the lights on, not to go build, or remodel something. So a little bit disappointed to see that there were only 3 general operating folks that generally made the list. Wasn't super excited to not see Shahalam Youth and Family Services, Homeward Bound Pets, Juliet's House, MD Advancements, Remnant Initiatives, UNIDOS, the Gospel Rescue Mission, LCS. I mean, some of these groups do so much for our county. And it was kind of disappointing for me to not see them on the list.
Chair, I just want to know, Homeward Bound is on the list.
Did I say Homeward Bound?
Yeah.
sure you did.
Also, if I may add something, the reason that we came up with an option 3 was exactly what you're describing. So if you are in the process of a capital campaign for a nonprofit, if you're given 50% of this ask, that still allows you to leverage that and to go after additional dollars. And so it's still a very meaningful contribution to make to any nonprofit. But it also takes out that disproportionality against the other smaller dollar amounts.
Right, the 50,
Yeah.
is
I
that
was
option
looking
3?
at, I was,
Yeah, the $20,000 for see you later, or the, and I included I'm not sure if you have the most recent one, which there's a third and a fourth page where you can see the city breakdown, but then you can also see the span of, who is up to 50,000, what's the 50,000 to $100,000, because those are very different levels of organizations. You're talking about small versus, 50 plus employees.
Carrie, I don't think we have that one.
Oh.
But you can put it up on the screen and then.
I can share it.
well,
But your
I think,
comments are still.
our previous comments about ARPA were that we want to see this money have generational impact.
Mhm.
With this particular pot of money, my feeling is that we need to focus on kind of that critical needs assistance, right? Housing, food, and the folks who provide those critical needs for us. Because that does have generational impact. And I'm also looking at some of the economic indicators that we're seeing. Our state economists are worried about a recession next year. We've had one of the largest banks in the world indicate that we will be in a recession next year. So that kind of changes things for me in terms of, would I rather send money to, the Dayton Food Pantry versus sending it to the Juvenile Cultural Center, right, to do a remodel? I felt in my mind that there needed to be prioritization for critical needs, housing and food.
And I will note Dayton Community Food Pantry
It is
scored high. Okay.
Yeah.
I hear what
just
you're
an
saying though.
example.
I hear what you're saying.
So I went through and did kind of my own, if I applied that lens, what would it look like? And this was the list that I came up with. This is not, just for part of discussion, but if we take the knowledge of what we know about these groups and,
Can I get one? Do you have an extra one?
yeah, the critical needs that they provide in our county, what would that look like if we applied that lens as well? And when I did that, none of these groups ranked below 30. So it did sort of incorporate all of the strongest applications for the selection committee, but also I think invests a lot more money into like the general operating groups, Remnant, See You Later, Unidos, the Gospel Rescue Mission, and then kind of expanded the capital purchase group, which is funding at 50% here, but expanded that to make sure some funds go to, Julia's house and MD advancements. And then the other thing that I did for just the sake of conversation was to apply a $200,000 limit. So nobody really gets above 200, with the exception of community home builders, which we know is building the Amity Oaks. That's their latest project. And frankly, they could probably use the whole 500,000 in order to build that affordable housing. But that was the exception. So just kind of
So I'm
to
curious.
interject.
Yeah. If I may then ask you some questions
Sure.
about it. So I'm curious, since critical needs wasn't a scoring criteria, and we approved the scoring criteria, it seems like rather than just applying the lens that you have, that we gave the grant evaluators the kind of the marching orders on it. And I also, so that's one question is like, why should we use your criteria rather than the criteria we all approved and have the grant evaluators go through? The second question would be, how are you defining generational impact? Because in like one way of defining it is capital. Like capital projects are generational impact because we're helping start something that gets going that wouldn't start without us, as opposed to general operating. And I will say that all of the organizations that are represented here are all, amazing and important.
Yeah, so to answer your first question, I'm not saying that we should use my lens. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that there were some groups on the list that came forward in option 1, 2, or 3 that, maybe don't quite meet the expectation that I had for these funds in terms of our responsibility in doling them out. So that's, this is just for a purpose of discussion.
Yeah.
And then you're right, the question really is, what is generational impact? I think if I were to answer that in a recessionary period versus in a booming economy, that's different, right? So my concern is that a lot of these groups that were asking for, not a lot of money for general operating expenses. I mean, if you look at Remnant Initiatives, they're asking for money to basically keep the lights on for the next 2 years. And we saw a little bit of why that is happening. That, in my mind, that's a higher priority. And we didn't ask the committee to do that for a reason, because I feel like that's part of our role, is to discuss that. Are we prioritizing what we should for these funds?
And I would say that in response that we set the priorities when we gave them their marching orders. And so but I also recognize that at times we've done what I thought was a very important thing. Commissioner Stara has brought up, like, hey, there's a glaring example. I don't see any glaring examples. And yet I also know that if we tried really hard through the budget process, we could have funded Remnant, and we didn't in the previous budget cycle. And so that I'm just going to put that out there, that we have a lot of tools and we have groups that are directly related to the work of the county. And we should, in my view, we should be funding them through the work of the county.
Well, that might be true for Remnant.
Yeah.
And that's certainly the case.
Oh, I'm actually thinking about a search and rescue too.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but I do feel that the selection committee process is a tool for us to use. It's an important tool, but it's not, we certainly have the leeway to make different decisions based on the responsibility that we feel that we have to spend money in generational way, a generational impact in that kind of way.
Chair, if I may add something, 2 things. The first is that the reason that the capital category was added was to address this issue of generational impact. So that was specifically, that is exactly why we added that, because otherwise it's sort of incongruous with the other categories. The other thing I would say is that, when we do the process, it's also important to convey the board's intentions to the applicant through the application process as well. If we had emphasized to the applicants that what you really wanted was critical need, then many of them would have structured their answers and their responses to that question, as opposed to the questions we did ask them. So there may be critical needs in all of these organizations that they have not had a chance to express.
Thank you. That's a good point. Commissioner Stewart, your thoughts? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
I can keep talking.
No, that's okay. A
I
couple
was
of things. Couple of things come to mind. I'm looking at some numbers on, let's just pull out Remnant Initiatives, because it seems like we're using them as our example here. So Remnant Initiatives, and we just heard basically why it's important. We have people coming into our community who have just been incarcerated, and they're starting from ground zero. They can either wind up back in our jail and back in prison. I mean, I look at this as a great return on investment. Well, now you have an organization that lost critical funding, is going strictly on volunteer hours now, for the most part. They're oftentimes going into their own pockets to fund this. And they had, I believe, 60 men and women who came into our community that wound up staying with the program, a total of 95 in the beginning. And if you think of 60 people in the county who are not going back to prison or not going back to jail, I think that to me would be a priority. And again, I look at the mission, I look at the gospel mission in terms of the impacts on generational lives, families. We've heard amazing stories there. We look at the food bank. And as far as the housing authority goes, and talk about generational, we have the opportunity now to fund something that will show local support at the state level and at the federal level. And this is a project where we desperately need housing, and it's in the works. So it's sort of a work with the willing, work with the folks who are actually doing the work. I see great organizations here that do wonderful things in our community, but I can't imagine, in light of all that need, saying to the gallery players of Oregon or to the taxpayers, we're going to send you a check for 40 grand when the mission might need some shoring up. Or the Shale Cultural Center, great place, but we really do have some critical needs, and we're also hearing a forecast about increased foreclosures, which are coming down the pipe, and that's a whole nother discussion, but that will perhaps lead to decrease in revenue for the county. So I am inclined to say that while these other scoring things are important, I couldn't justify giving money to, let's say, an organization that has more of a cultural impact than to a place that keeps men and women out of prison. That's just me.
Is there, Chair, is there a way to, and my concern is these are one-time funds. Remnant Initiatives is a great example of something that is ongoing and that represents ongoing work and ongoing impact. And so they're going to have to figure this out again in the next funding cycle. And to me, they've proven their worth, as it were, considerably. And it feels like including them, because Director Beach has worked with them and just doesn't have the budget for it now, we should be including them in the budget process. And mostly that's not a way to take them, to keep them out of this, but just, I see some differences with it. And that's as a person who I'm a friend of Jovi's, right? I know that you work closely with her, talk to her all the time, and value her work. So, and I recognize too that I haven't looked at every application, so I don't know, but I see the Shale Cultural Center, and I'm not arguing for or against including Shale Cultural Center, but I see that their rank overall was 10, and the missions was 47 of 51. And I also know that the mission got $700,000 through Representative Noble from the legislature. So there are all these streams of money that everybody's pulling from kind of frantically.
Well, if we're going to talk about other funding streams, then that puts a whole nother layer of.
It does.
Because
Yeah.
I mean, look at YCAP, look at Virginia Garcia or
Right.
Providence, if you want to talk about funding streams. There isn't really much option, for instance, for Remnant. Homeward Bound does our animal, does our dog control, and they're falling down around the, little cattery. So I mean, at what point do we say, what's a critical need? What's something that needs to be addressed right now? And I just have a hard time with taxpayer money going to fund a theater group project or something like that, even though I acknowledge their worth, but not every worthwhile project is you can justify taxpayer money.
And I would say that should have been in the original scoring criteria. Like just, saying now that, well, you Grant Evaluator scored this inappropriately, or not inappropriately, we just want to do something different. I think it would have been helpful to say, like, we don't want any cultural organizations, or we want to fund pets. Like, I think that would have been helpful, don't you? And Homeward Bound is on this list.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that while we ask for input, like any advisory committee, at the end of the day, this is where the buck stops.
Yeah.
And this is where we tell the folks who are sitting down at their table to try to, make ends meet, that, well, we took money and we allocated it here when we had an opportunity to allocate it there. So I'm of the opinion why this is worthy. I'm looking at critical need.
And how are you defining critical need?
Oh,
Commissioner?
people eating,
Okay,
people having a roof over their head, people not going back to prison.
Okay.
That to me those are critical.
and then Chair, Chair, if I may, then we wouldn't be funding Homeward Bound then, right? If we were just looking at the things that you just listed.
Well, there are definitely Homeward Bound, does our dog control, and without them, we'd be starting from ground zero.
Mhm.
So, yeah, you can take a pot of money and say what's worthy, what's not, but I'm just saying, for me, I'd have a hard time giving money to a cultural organization when people are needing to not go back to prison.
Yeah, and and that could be a switch then too. Sorry.
Well, I want to say that there's not a right and wrong answer.
No, yeah.
This is, what I put together is my view, right? It's what I think is,
Mhm.
and I call it focus on families, right? This is the critical needs assistance. These are the groups that we know and have a proven track record of doing the critical work in our county. I think, ARPA funds were meant to be, they were distributed last year. They were meant to be a form of recovery, economic and health recovery from COVID, right? We haven't recovered economically. We're still there. And if anything, the signs are that we're going to see some tough times ahead. So considering that, I'm not comfortable funding some of the things that are on, option one, while we're leaving off things like, Unidos and Remnant and the Gospel Mission and Lutheran Community Services that really provide some of those critical needs. So, this is meant to be kind of a conversation starter. You don't have to agree with me. This is how I felt that the funds should be prioritized, because this is kind of a unique bucket of money that our nonprofits really are the ones who come in and provide assistance for those critical needs.
It's a tough one because it's one of those things where you can look on this list and say, every one of these organizations provides a function in our community.
Mhm.
What is so basically we're doing triage here.
Chair, I will note that the sheriff is here, and I think there were some questions about SAR, search and rescue, and
Well,
Commissioner Steer. Oh, yeah.
well, but I'm thinking, because I think that's a part of the larger discussion. Sorry, Sheriff, I see your hand. Right,
Okay,
and
perfect.
only certain areas were funded with that.
Okay.
So,
So the intent was correct.
right. So taking a step back, and thanks,
Thanks,
Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Certain areas.
No,
Yeah,
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Stop by anytime.
So I think it's gonna be really important to just maybe talk a little bit about process and just kind of taking a step back, because I know we did a grant solicitation and we advertised based on the, we had extensive discussions around eligibility, the program criteria, the funding limits, all of those elements that were built into this that we advertised, and then that scoring followed that same methodology that was established to help rank and ensure that it's addressing the priorities that's in there. And I understand that at this point now that we have the scores and you have a recommendation before you, the one thought that I would just like to put out there is, when you're looking at the recommendation, if we need to modify, a process or what we're doing, we're kind of resetting pretty late in the game. And I would almost recommend, because in fairness, for every organization that applied for these funds, and there's different levels of need, I haven't seen the applications. I haven't actually reviewed the specific applications. I'm speaking just to we had 52 organizations that applied for funding. And I think the challenge that we have sometimes as staff is if, whether it's an RFP, whether it's a grant, whether it's all these that's intended to be competitive, is if we start moving away from the original posting or proposal and the scoring matrix, we're going to be responsible trying to explain to that I was on the list, now I'm not on the list. Why am I not on the list? I applied, I met the criteria. I don't know if there's a specific exposure related to this, because again, this is a recommendation that's being, you have the ultimate decision on that. One thought would be, and just kind of putting it out there, because I know we presented funding options, which you have available. Another option would be as if, and this could be quite intensive, but if there needed to be an additional review and scoring that the commissioners wanted to do, to where you're looking at the applications and you can kind of see what the, because I'm anticipating that everyone who took the time to fill out an application is probably making one heck of a compelling argument on the impact that they've either been dealing with, the services that they provide, the need that's being addressed, and I realize this is a struggle when you look at the recommendation and you look further down the list and you see some other, some more outstanding organizations. So I'd be remiss if I didn't say, because we do have struggles at times that if we have an adopted process or an agreed upon process and we put that out and then we start changing the ground rules or we start deviating too far from that, there's some exposure, and I'm prepared to have challenging conversations, but it's not easy for when Carrie or I get that phone call and said, we saw that the criteria we were scored here, why did we not get funded? And so now we're having to close our doors and we provide the service. And so it just helps. And if we need to maybe talk about an additional review and scoring process to where the board wants to take some time and actually, because you've seen the summary and you've seen the comments from the reviewer, but and I know I had one commissioner ask for copies of the applications, and it's a pretty daunting challenge to do that, to print those out. We just didn't have enough time to do it when we got the request to have that. Mm-hmm. But if the board would like to take some time, look at the criteria or look at the applications and then think about an additional scoring matrix that the board could do to come back. I don't know. I'm kind of spitballing a little bit because I'm trying to give some possible solutions to this while at the same time expressing, I do have some concerns about, that we had these recommendations and deviating too far from the original, what we advertised, how we said we'd score. And admittedly, most of the time I'm coming at this from a personnel risk perspective. I'm used to, I think about like a recruitment process, and I know it's not the same, and there's a lot more exposure and risk and liability. But the reason we advertise a certain way and we go through the defined process is so then it minimizes risk and exposure, and it's easier for us to explain, well, this is why you were selected, this is why this program was put a little bit higher. And if there's additional scoring criteria that the board would want to include with that, that's something else that we can look at as part of that secondary review.
Which would be a very easy thing to add on, by the way. It would, in terms of the way this process was designed and advertised, it would be the least obtrusive to have 3 more people offer 3 more scores on every application and then average them. That would be an easy thing to do, or even to weight WEIGHT differently, the scores that come in from the commissioners, but to change the criteria by which we are evaluating after everybody's already put the time in is really not very fair.
We're not changing the criteria though. That's not what I'm asking for. And this is a recommendation list and we didn't promise anybody that if your name shows up, you're going to get funding.
True. And they haven't seen this list, but we did promise them that we were considering cultural organizations and any organization that met the criteria that ARPA has put out. And all of these organizations met that eligibility criteria.
Sure. However, I did read through all of the scoring comments and we did not ask our selection committee members to compare, right? They were asked to evaluate each individual application
Right.
and not compare.
Correct.
I feel that it's our job to compare based on the reality that's out there, what we're facing economically, the purpose of these funds. And like you said, Commissioner Starrett, the buck stops with us. You know, is the public going to be okay with us spending, $1 million on, stage renovations versus sending it to the Gospel Mission or to Unidos or some of the organizations that will be there to blunt the impact of a recession.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, I don't think that there was a request for $1 million from anybody because we had
In
500,000.
totality, I just mean, if we're funding projects like that.
Well, and the reason there wasn't a compare because in order to have like that comparison or apply that type of value would mean you would have to review all 52 applications.
Or within a category, which is what we did in the CARES Act. So we had 5 different categories. And so a group of people would review all within a certain category. And then it's appropriate to compare them. But to compare not or dissimilar applications is not useful.
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean.
Did we say in our process that we would award at least one grant per capacity building or general operating or any of
No, we did not.
Did not.
them? Okay.
Right. That's a good question.
Mhm.
Because I think of generational impact as us funding something that's going to be the one-time thing that then keeps it, that gets it started and gets it going. And it sounds like you have a different idea about generational impact. So that's important for us to have that conversation.
Well, I think if families are struggling with food needs, then yes, that is a generational impact, right? And you have organizations that are meeting those needs. So I don't just translate it into a physical structure or something like that. Whereas it's different with like water and sewer infrastructure. That's a very kind of clear cut way to describe a generational impact project. This seems to be a little bit more nuanced.
Well, I'm just thinking about, for instance, if you look at in recovery, there are about 10 people who are impacted by an addict. If you look at what happens at the mission, for instance, somebody in recovery gets a chance to turn their life around. Not only it's their children, their parents, it's their spouses. And that's generational because addiction is a generational issue. The same thing with incarceration. You can have people who go to prison, go to jail, and can never overcome a felony conviction, can never rent an apartment, can never get back on their feet because no one wants to hire them. I think that's generational. So I'm looking at sort of the human capital of generational, not necessarily the structure.
And the way that I think about it is that each thing that we're discussing here or that is out in the world needs an ongoing source of funding, and we will never, unless we identify a tax base for it, will never have an ongoing source of funding for some of these projects. And thus, if we provide the seed funding to start a project or just to build something, to build a project, even if it is human capital, then that's a generational impact. So I think we're just using we're defining it in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking about it in terms of like what's going to fund it going forward.
Well, and the thing is that we will never be able to cover every worthy program with taxpayer dollars, because as we see now, at some point, like I like to say, Atlas is going to shrug and the burden becomes just impossible for the producers to carry the load of an increasingly large number of people who are needing supports.
I'm just looking through the list the one I gave you.
Oh, yeah.
There are quite a few projects on here that our tangible projects between the Dayton Food Pantry, Homeward Bound Pets, I mean, basically everybody under capital purchase. And I guess I would consider program and project two to be a pretty substantial, tangible award.
But I would note that that wasn't in the scoring criteria either, but sorry, Ken was going to say something.
No, the only thing I was going to say is, because I realized that when you're looking at it, again, you're looking at a spreadsheet, you're seeing a title, you're seeing a program category, but you're missing an important element of, which is actually what was being proposed, what they were going to use for the funds, and you would get that out of the application as well.
Well, I read through those. Those were in the data criteria.
Was all that included in the spreadsheets? I don't remember seeing that, Carrie.
So I did send one to you that included the project title and the project description, but not the answers to all the questions. So you did read that.
And I haven't seen that.
Okay,
Summaries?
Yeah.
that wasn't, okay, I know.
Oh,
All right.
Commissioner Bershauer asked for that, I think yesterday, and so that was provided.
sorry, I didn't know you guys hadn't seen that. Well, I don't want to delay things any more than they already have been, but I just, in terms of even all options, there's someone here that just started a non-starter for me, which is why I came up with a different proposal. For the sake of discussion, I don't know if we want to take some time to have you read the summaries.
So Chair, I was going to ask, you said that some of these are just non-starters, and yet they're scored in the top, in some cases, the top 18. But you were like, I don't want to, this particular organization, I want to pull it out. So that sounds like that's maybe different than this, because this has different funding levels for different categories. Do you have an idea? You're like, these are the ones that I want out. And are you thinking I want to put some back in, or that you want to increase the funding for the ones that aren't totally funded? Because I just wonder about that too.
Well, that's the work I did for this. Because I agree with some of them, and a lot of them actually. But that's what came through in this proposal.
I'm just, you've got the capital at 50% here, and the capital is at 100% in option one, and then fund at the highest levels, but I don't know really what that means. Is that at the request level?
What do you mean 100%?
Well, these are option one here is funded at 100%.
Right.
And then you have a category that's funded 50% here, and then you have listings, and then one that's funded at the highest level possible. And I don't know what that means.
So on my proposal, their capacity building is 100%. Capital is at 50%. It's community home builders. Yeah, 50%. General operating is 100%, except for Unidos, because they were 250. I was trying to cap the awards at 200.
Oh,
so we could get through as many people as we possibly could. And then program and projects are the highest level possible, meaning up to the cap. But since YCAP scored first and ranked number one, I just gave them the balance of what it was.
And is there a reason why you decided 200,000 was the max? And would that have been useful for us to have in the scoring criteria?
Perhaps, but what I'm seeing is that three huge organizations, YCAP, Virginia Garcia, and Providence Newburgh, are essentially pulling down $1 million of this grant. That's a lot of money for three organizations that have access and current funding, healthy funding streams, and access to other grants as well.
And Chair, if I may, you know more about YCAP than I do. and these other organizations, but so I don't, forgive me for not knowing the size of each of these organizations by on budget and FTEs. Do you have a sense of that from the list? I mean, I'm assuming that Providence Foundation is relatively small compared to Providence, right? They're different groups, but
It's not a small organization.
okay,
Um,
can you tell me compared to YCAP? Because I don't know how many people are.
Well, YCAP is a large organization. You know, it's on the list because it ranked #1. And I think
Mhm.
YCAP has a huge responsibility. They are our food bank. They manage all of those needs. So in terms of what they do, you know, that's why I agreed to keep, you know, why I added them back. But, you know, and even if you consider Chehalis Cultural Center, that's another 250. That is the bulk of the funding that we have available between those 4 organizations, and they're huge organizations, and they, you know, comparatively to like the Gospel Rescue Mission or NV Advancements or Juliet's House or Remnant.
And
I
forgive
just
me, I
felt
just
like
don't
it
know how
wasn't
big they are.
balanced. That's
Mhm.
when I first read through, I thought, oh, this is not balanced because it doesn't hit the organizations that we know do work, boots on the ground work.
And basically, I want to talk about, like, for instance, YCAP. YCAP does so much of the heavy lifting in this community. And we basically funnel all our problems to YCAP. Go ahead and fix this. You have to fix these really difficult problems. That being said, YCAP did have a stable funding. And then let's just again pull out Remnant, and Remnant didn't, which means that there's that whole of a service that doesn't get right. I look at Lutheran Leadership, I look at what their task is, which is enormous, especially with some really significant, difficult family situations. And yet we've got and I'm going to pick on gallery players, which I have no animosity towards that, but or the jail and cultural center. And then I'm comparing that to Lutheran and Safe Families and all of their supports for parents who are, you know, really struggling. So again, I would have a real hard time. It's apples and oranges. It's like YCAP and Remnant, Housing Authority and Henderson House. I mean, these are, you know, apples and oranges. And I guess at this point, we have to make a decision on what we're going to do going forward. As far as these are recommendations, I am not comfortable with funding these based on comparing to the groups that we need somehow. So I'm not comfortable with that. And I don't know what we do to remedy that, to be fair to the scorers, to the applicants, and to the process itself. I just couldn't justify some of the money going to specific organizations comparing to what we need done.
And I see what I see how you're approaching it, and I appreciate that. And yet I also hear your comments about the scale of the operation, and you've argued eloquently for YCAP, and then you've argued that large organizations shouldn't be prioritized. And so you've placed YCAP into the category of large organization. And so I don't know how big each of these organizations are. And so if you feel like you know the budget and the FTEs for each of these organizations, and you feel like that's a scoring criteria that we should apply, I would welcome that information.
Because I also said that YCAP had, you know, they weren't struggling. They can always use more money because we're always asking them to do more, but they weren't struggling, let's say like Remnant was, or let's say Juliet's House or Henderson. She's Remnant. They were not struggling to keep the lights on for the population that they served.
Right.
Because they have a lot of money that comes into the organization.
Right. And we didn't have those scoring criteria. So, I mean,
Right.
You know that, right?
Right.
Was how likely are you to go out of, to close your doors in
Sure.
the next 6 months?
Yeah. So
And
here
I
we
don't
are.
know that. And it would be, if we're going to use it as a decision-making tool, I would like to hear that from everybody, frankly.
We did ask them rather, what is their contingency plan should they not receive funding?
Okay.
Mhm.
And they all responded to that.
Okay. And a lot of them, I will confess that I don't know many of the organizations or the projects or the thing they specifically have applied for, but I now have the summary at least. Thank you, Kent.
And to throw another wrinkle in it, we talked about the capital purchase list. If we're funding it 50%, we are telling that organization, you got to go find the other funds, and it has to be spent by X date, right? Otherwise, you have to return the money. So it's yeah, I think that's the challenge too. I mean, like Homeward Bound Pets, if we fund it 50%, it would give them $250,000. It's a heavy lift for them to go find the rest of that and actually build what they said they were going to build in the application. So,
But the application actually does not require that they do that. So for instance, if somebody has a capital project like Homeward Bound Pets, the requirement is that they spend what they are granted in the time period, not that they complete their entire project. So many of them would have different phases, for instance. So you could have, we spent 500,000 on phase one, or we 150,000 towards phase one. They don't have to have the brand new facility built to be compliant with the requirements of the grant.
okay. I mean, that still might be a challenge though. What's our date for the federal requirements?
Well, again, that has to be obligated by 2024 and spent by 2026.
Okay.
So, but it's just like Carrie was explaining, it's the funds for that element have to be spent. It's not tied to the project has to be completed by that date.
Right. Okay.
That's a good point.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we want to take the time to kind of dissect it all now. Commissioners, if you want to read the summaries, then we take it up next week.
But I don't know that addresses the question of what was the criteria going into it for the applicants and the scorers. And here we are coming in at, Monday morning quarterbacks and going, yeah, I would have done this. So again, but it comes down to we are responsible for how these funds are dispersed.
If there are organizations who have applied that you feel are untenable, then one option would be just to remove them and see what the rest of it looks like. So if you already have in your mind that you are not going to fund certain projects, then it changes what the whole list looks like. And we could try recalculating that.
Yeah, and I tried to do that without saying, okay, we're taking you off, we're taking you off. I tried to do that in a way that made some sense in terms of why the prioritization was there. And that's why, if you apply housing, food, critical needs, those types of groups, this is what sort of comes forward. While also factoring in the ranking, the score ranking.
Housing, food, and critical needs is the criteria that you're overlaying. And then this is the list that you generated from that. Is that correct?
Yes, by factoring in some of the things that we were applying to the overall options, in terms of funding 50% or perhaps capping it so we can affect more organizations.
With the understanding that if we cap it, then they don't get what they need.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to get all of what they need, just because if you look at option one, like I said, that's, almost 2/3 of our grant funds are going to only 4 organizations.
Yeah, and I would argue that I actually don't know what Providence Medical Foundation has applied for. Perhaps you do. But I presume it's in one of these categories of housing through their critical needs, just based upon how highly it ranks.
It's healthcare related.
So do you feel now in hindsight that you would not want to offer the capital category at all?
It's tough because, those are really high dollar amounts. And when you compare them, general operating expenses, when a tiny organization wants to for 70 grand, people like that. If that's a tough comparison, it almost seems like it's not fair. So that is part of this outcome is, maybe we should have restructured this a little bit.
I mean, I would argue that we can't be the funding source for ongoing operations for organizations unless it's an interim, like, oh, for some reason right now, we're doing this in order to keep it going. And they have a funding stream they know will come in and will be a lifeline and a permanent, because it's one-time funds. And that's why my preference is actually towards these capital. I mean, housing authority, 175 apartments. I mean, I think that I would honestly feel comfortable just like putting that in and pulling something else out. But I know that that's complicated because there are other organizations that you've identified too, Commissioner Starrett, that you're like, well, I'd rather have this one in than that one.
Well, and to pull out Remnant, Remnant, we're hoping that there's ongoing funding because they were going along fine with this, with the funding that they had. That was pulled and it really left them in the lurch. So they were trying to figure out how are we going to make it through the year. I think that it's reasonable to expect, for instance, that organization will have funding, perhaps could have funding going forward. But I don't know where we go other than if we were to put an overlay on it that says that we are going to look at critical needs. And then again, those are the basic needs. But where does Newburgh Animal Shelter factor into that? Although they've been trying for years to get an HVAC system that would they'd be able to keep the animals, alive and comfortable in 100-degree heat. So, there's just so much need out there. And then the shelter, our animal partner, our dog control partner is busting at the seams and the building's falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
So
And as far as,
no, what do we
Yeah.
do with those animals
Mhm.
if they don't stay open?
Yeah, and I think it's especially given its position as being scored on here. I think that again, Homeward Bound, I think is a good example of where we will be helping them with a capital project that's bigger than us. I think it's more than $1 million. You might know better.
Yeah,
than-
it's.
I'll get a text here in a minute.
Yeah. No,
Exactly.
but it that would certainly help them.
And again, those are huge things because I think Carrie said this, I can't remember whether it was Ken, this capital, when we approve funding that's part of their capital project, then they use that either to match or to show the strength of their ask to other organizations, right?
And like housing, yeah. Like
Yeah,
housing.
exactly. Housing authority, it's funny how this amount of money actually will be huge because it will get them to keep moving forward.
At the
I mean,
state.
I've been there with Vicky, I've heard the description, so.
Yeah, state money, if there's no local support for that, you've got 175 ready to go.
Yeah.
Units or 100 and I don't know what it is now. It might have changed, but anyway.
For a little bit of context, it is rare that a grant would cover capital. It is also rare for a grant to cover general operating. So these are two categories that we have included that are typically not for a variety of reasons, but grants are not intended to be operational support. This particular pot of money is in dealing with significant revenue losses and those kinds of things from COVID, but that is not the purpose of a grant. A grant is not supposed to float your organization if there's no other funding available or you don't have diversified funding. It is to invest, it is a seed money into something that will sustain your organization over time.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I look at some of the grants that the county did before, those were supposed to be immediately injected into the economy to help keep people afloat. So again, kind of a, a difference there.
Yeah. That's a good.
I mean, I don't know. It feels very uncomfortable to have to go through and pick out grant award rankings. I guess from my standpoint, if we're not in agreement on this, then I would love to see something come forward, maybe from each of us that we can discuss. That's different or a solution otherwise.
I mean, Commissioner Sarah was about to-
No, I was just gonna say, where does that put us? Ken was talking about, this is a process. Now we're jumping in, changing out the process. Where does that put us? For liability or?
I think, I mean, what you have before you in the scoring, where I was kind of going, if we're deviating, really far from what was advertised and how things are scored. I mean, that's how we came to this recommendation, as we went through a process. And so at this point, I would, and if the board is struggling in seeing the results of the process, we either need to add an additional review process to where the board feels comfortable with the decision that the board is making, or even the possibility of hitting reset on something. If we have to do that, I mean,
I think that that's probably your best option. I don't think that you change the rules at the end, but if this were an RFP and you did not get the proposals that met your needs, you would extend the RFP and ask for additional. So given the context that the board now has, I think it would be a far more equitable decision to say, we're going to restructure the process and we're going to redo the grant application and the requirements based on current knowledge.
Yeah, that's a painful way to do it, but that it is an option, which is
Far more fair.
And I would agree, the most equitable.
Well, we have applied special circumstances before. If you recall, Friends of the Yamaha's West Sider Trail was yanked out of that list because there was controversy over who was receiving the funds. So I'm not sure how this is any different, that we apply a lens to this that, wasn't factored into the process for a reason. We wanted it to be very robotic and, not factor that kind of stuff in. But, so if you take, for example, YCAP and the Dayton Food Pantry, right? We know YCAP is basically the county food bank. They distribute to all of the smaller food banks. If the Dayton Food Pantry was coming, or that group was coming forward and saying, we need $500,000 because we want to set up our own food pantry. We just want our own to service our city. There has to be a lens that we apply as commissioners to say, yeah, that's probably not great for us to go give YCAP $250,000 and then give Dayton Food Pantry $500,000 when they're already working together. You know what I mean? That's not
The way it's what that application is. Dayton Food Pantry is expanding, and they have a totally separate facility, and they are modularizing it based on an agreement with a faith-based organization.
Yes, I did read that. My point is that the commissioners have a role to say, are we really prioritizing this money where it should go based on what we know is happening in the county? So I'm not sure, even if we totally redid the process, that still wouldn't come into play. I mean, even if we redid the process,
What thing wouldn't come into play? Sorry.
that we have an obligation to make sure that when we sign off on this, that we feel comfortable as to where the money's going and what the expectation is of these funds and what the expectation of the community is. I mean, when over the past probably 6 months, the only feedback I've been getting from the community is, we have critical needs. We have critical needs. You guys need to hurry up and get this done. There's nonprofits that are struggling to keep up with the impacts of COVID. Time is of the essence. And I'm just not sure that this list reflects those needs. That's my concern.
And I've received, I'm sure Commissioner Lee, you've received those same pleas. An issue at the housing authority where there's an application due in just a couple of weeks. This has gone on for a really long time. And I appreciate that because I think that we're doing the due diligence piece of this. We're trying to figure out what that looks like.
Yeah.
And maybe this is a misstep, but I don't think it was any, malice or lack of transparency. I think it's really just, we were trying to figure out the best way to get this money out. And everybody did their part. Nobody's finding fault. I just feel really uncomfortable about some of the money going to some of these organizations when there is a significant critical need.
And again, I think that we need to define that if we're going to use it as a scoring criteria to apply. What exactly do you need? Because this isn't, I don't think that these proposals represent what I would consider critical either.
Right, and I'm not saying I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I too looked at this and went, ooh, how do I justify what is it for a board retreat for a theater company? Or I love our theater companies and I love the cultural center and they're revitalizing and redoing. Those are things that's great, but I'm looking at guys coming out of prison with nowhere to go. So that's why I'm saying that's critical.
Yeah.
Another option for a process probably in the future, and if you decided to redo this, but you could always have as one of the steps that the initial applications come in and that they are first reviewed by the board, and that you have an opportunity to identify those projects that you want to fund off the top before sending the rest to be scored by a selection committee.
That makes sense. And here we are.
Yeah, I was thinking even if we said, okay, we're gonna place a cap on the capital purchase acquisition grouping, it still doesn't get us through the problem. Right now, because we would still have the top 3 options that have those concerns.
But you could have funded smaller projects. I don't have, I'm going to have to look at Remnants because I don't remember what their dollar amount was. But you could off the top fund Remnant and other likewise small requests so that you feel that it's a more equitable distribution before deciding on capital expenditures. Yeah, Remnants was 66.
Mission, that was a small request.
Well, we keep bringing up remnants. There might be a better solution for remnants, but
For now,
right.
because they're looking at, they're on fumes now.
Mhm.
They're out of gas.
And again, this is where I think, to just kind of help is based on the board seeing the types of applications received, the 52 applications that came in for funds, and seeing the scoring criteria. The other part would be to, again, I don't really want to hit reset or revisit that. But the other thing would be is revisit the criteria for what you're looking to award the funds. And then you could also further refine or add additional requirement that if it's reentry programs, if it's housing programs, if it's food programs, if it's, certain, if you want to get more specific that this is the priority for the funding, it would be the time to do it and then do a new announcement or not proceed. And then that would further filter to get down into those categories or areas that the board has been talking about, that you were hoping to see some of those organizations. But, again, that's more of the going back to zero and saying thank you, but based on this, we feel like, there's much larger priorities that the board would like to fund. So let's revisit that and do a new announcement and go through that with that refined criteria that makes sure that it captures, again, the priority or the direction the board would like to see these funds spent.
So Ken, you're not saying that we basically make an announcement that we're going to be looking at what we have so far with a different set of priorities, or we're going to go out for an entirely different pool of people?
It could be,
Number two.
But it is possible for us to use the applications we have, since it seems like we've gotten them. I can't see anything on here where we haven't gotten something from our critical partners, that we could just basically say, we are going to be, in light of this, we're going to be looking at it through this perspective.
or we could add a secondary scoring, a weighted scoring based on specific areas of criteria.
I feel like, Chair, if I may, that it feels like it would, organizations want to give it their best shot. And if we're suddenly looking at it from a different perspective at the same application, that doesn't seem fair to the application either.
Definitely, as somebody who writes grants all the time, the first consideration is, does your project match their funding priorities? So if I submit an application thinking priorities are this, and then they change, I might well have applied for something different. Each of these organizations has many, many things that they could apply for, but they chose to submit the applications they did based on the criteria that we put forward. So it seems more fair to change the criteria, but I'll give them the opportunity to resubmit.
So as a further suggestion, because it sounds at this point, and I'm looking at the time, and I'm trying to be sensitive because we have staff here as well, that more than likely no decision, is going to be made. But I get we need to talk about the next step in the process. And so I just wanted to put that out there that, if this is something that needs to be continued to next week, or if, I'm just putting it out there as a suggestion. If you want some time to think about it and review additional materials, if there's additional questions that Carrie and I can answer.
Run alternative scenarios. We can do all of that.
Question, Chair. Sure. So if we were to, let's just say one scenario is we take a look at the applications that we have, And we're all going to have a different assessment of what critical is, what's important. And then we say, this is what's important to me. I'm going to tell you what my suggestion is. And then we come back so that we don't have to sort of do the application process all over again. It's really time consuming for everybody. I want to keep an eye on that, but I also want to be able to say, okay, thank you for your input. I'm looking at this pot of money. This is what I would suggest. Can we do that?
I think ultimately the board can decide how it wants to allocate these funds, but to the comment that Carrie made earlier, that does appear as though the board is changing the priorities and changing the criteria after the applications have been received and reviewed based on a prior set of criteria.
You were about to say something.
No.
And
Yeah.
to another point you made, I think it's become clear that each of the commissioners have a slightly different definition of critical needs
Mhm.
or generational.
Right.
So that further
And I will say that
complicates the decision.
on my end, while I was, our initial discussion when we laid out the framework for the different major categories, the nonprofit support versus the economic impact. Yes, they all have names. I was thinking about it with that like generational impact, right? Like sort of how you think about comp plans versus code. And so when I was here with you approving the scoring criteria and the grant program and the evaluators, I was thinking about it from that perspective, but also knowing that it wasn't going to happen exactly the way that I might do it. But that's because we were agreeing that other people were going to provide the recommendations based upon that. And I think your point is very important about if you see something that you think, well, no, this is wrong, then that should have some impact on it. And the way that I can see that changing while still respecting this process and not putting a bunch of organizations through and grant evaluators through a very long process that slows down everybody's ability, housing authorities' ability to get that application in, is to maybe have the conversation with Ken and Christian about the funding sources that are available through American Rescue Plan funding we have, or through the budget process for some of these organizations that didn't get funded but seem to be like, this is a small amount of money relative to a large scale. How can we fund them outside of this process so that we're not changing this process and having to have a lot of other people go through a lot of work? That was a long way of saying maybe there's flexibility outside of the 2.265.
Well, I'm just thinking about what other counties have done as well with ARPA. And a lot of them have kind of farmed this out to another, non-county group to put this all together and to run the grant applications and all of that. But at the end of the day, it still comes back before their board and they're still responsible for the decision. And they absolutely can say, we don't want to do this. So I just don't, regardless of how we proceed or change something, that element is still there.
But if we want to change it and we're saying, hey, we don't like this, but we like that, based upon our own particular individual beliefs about things or knowledge of the situation, that begs the question about should we redo the process to include that so that everybody has the chance to address that. And maybe some people don't apply.
Well, I did not expect to approve something that was a list of what I would have picked. So
Right.
I figured that, there was going to be things on here that I wouldn't necessarily have prioritized.
Yeah.
However, I do think that what's been presented is really kind of far off the track of what I would consider critical needs in terms of the role that our nonprofits play in the county.
And remind me, was that what we had in the scoring criteria? was critical needs. Was that language in?
No.
It may not have been.
Okay,
No, it was not.
It's kind of maybe what we're discovering we should have done differently, but
I mean, because I would have said capital, frankly, like let's use this money for capital for nonprofits.
yeah, well, and Carrie made that point. Grants don't typically go towards general operating or capital type of things. So I don't know how to bridge at this point. I
Maybe
certainly,
the least cumbersome and way would be for us to basically say that we're not all in agreement of what the critical needs are.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So here we are. So I don't know.
So my proposal I would put on the table just so that we can move forward. We have some other, this is important. We have other agenda items too, and it's getting, the temperature on the computer has gone up outside. It's very exciting. Would be to have the three of us separately send to Ken and Carrie and Christian the organization with their specific funding requests that we are like, we want this funded in some form, regardless of what's on this list. And then approve this list, which is a way of, despite maybe our disagreements about what's on the list, making sure that the process is respected while still making sure that we find a way to fund some of this other projects. So that's just a proposal I have, and Ken is making his, I'm thinking about this face. But Ken's good at figuring out how to do the things that we're like, here, do this, Ken.
We do have the economic development money that's in the budget for this year that we have set aside because we weren't going to do another round. You know, that's 300.
Wave off. I want to keep,
Okay.
my preference would be, because I also, you know, I want to be really careful. We went through an exercise. We identified this 2.2 million specific to this category based on the exercises that we started with the 21 million to narrow into the various focus areas. And there's going to be a lot of discussions, and there is a lot of need and a lot of priorities. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to fund every request that comes before us because it's not an endless supply of funds that are coming in. And I want to be really careful if we start getting into breaking out the budget book and finding out the other funds within the budget that may be able to fill the gap in these areas, because then that also has kind of a domino effect that, you know, when other requests and other priorities come up, then now we've committed those funds to address this issue. Again, it's an area that I just want to caution about that kind of approach to this. We're really trying to be very deliberate in how we got to this point, and we're struggling with the recommendations that came out of this. And it seems to me the next step would be is taking a step back, looking at now that you've seen the applications, you've seen the scoring criteria, you've seen how it's ranked. There's a couple different ways you can look at, and either I have really strong feelings that this shouldn't be on the list, I have really strong feelings that this should be higher on the list, or there are certain criteria or program areas that I'm seeing on the list that are needs that are being addressed that didn't move up to the top to help kind of shape if we're gonna need to reopen or if we're gonna need to reevaluate, that you could then further define what that announcement is gonna look like. So then if we were to reopen this with the refined criteria, that the end product would be something that the board is wanting to see how these funds are invested. You know, so that's, I mean, that's my thought.
Yeah, I mean, hearing, I don't remember how broadly this net was cast, but I think it was cast pretty broadly, right? We didn't specify particular types of nonprofits or particular types of
Right.
program areas. Given what we've seen now and the application, see that would be a element that the board would want to revisit in a revised application process, right? Okay, now that we've learned that there are these different types of nonprofits that might otherwise meet the criteria, we've determined that perhaps isn't a primary area of focus or isn't a critical need area. And then you could sort of reopen the process with that more narrowly defined focus in mind. It might also include, okay, given the needs that have been identified, we want to put a cap up front on any amount that any of these categories receive, or also, you know, try to better define what the county or what the board sees as the critical need and the generational impact. And that, I think, demonstrates the merit of this process, right? I mean, and the value of the time and the input that you've received from these folks. It's helped identify additional areas where we might need some additional information or you know, an opportunity to maybe refocus. I don't know. It is hard.
Well,
'cause
I do want to
we're
point out
competing
too, though,
factors.
that when we did the water and sewer grants, there was a discrepancy. I think we had partially funded Mac Water and Light, and I moved to switch that out with City of Carlton because City of Carlton has huge needs. And that was just that was done in a motion of, you know, maybe had a different set of criteria that we added at the last.
The difference on that one is that both had been scored equally, so they were in a tie. So I don't remember what their rank was, but say they were both ranked at 12. And so one of my recommendations based on the other criteria that you wanted to have largest impact, that's why I recommended Mac Water and Light over the City of Carlton. But they both received the exact same score.
There was a
Okay.
tie, so
But there was a partial funding versus full funding. That was
Mhm.
another.
there was that as well.
So we have modified is kind of my point. We've modified the board. Maybe not to this extent, but
No, I was just going to say, what we've identified here is that we have had some scoring and we have some priorities based on that scoring. And thank you, because it's informed the process. It's not a waste of time. It's informed the process that going forward, we've identified these types of things that have been scored this way. However, this is again advisory to the board, and then we go ahead and we make the determination that it's the board has determined a different ranking. Basically, this is input.
Do you mean for rationale to
For anything that citizens advisory group comes to the board with, we don't always go ahead with a recommendation, although it informs, but it's not ultimately that they're not the decision-making body. So this doesn't mean that we're dismissing it. We're saying, thank you for this. The board has determined we'd like to allocate the money this way, whatever that way is.
right. And if you read through the summaries, there's a lot of work, good comments and good feedback, especially for those ranked maybe, 40 to 51 or whatever, where the selection committee members said, hey, this kind of sounds like a startup, like a new group, maybe we shouldn't be doing that right now, those kinds of comments. So it's all helpful feedback.
What is
But I
it-
agree.
Who is it helpful to whom is it helpful? Yes.
Well, it's helpful to me to see that, for instance, Agile, I think was the group that was asking for general operating of 250. Some of the comments coming back from the selection committee members is this is a new group. They're not really established. We don't know. That's helpful, right? They didn't choose them. They ranked them, I think, last, actually.
But sometimes that is a function of the inexperience of your selection committee, because I get questions all the time from the selection committee saying, I had one that said, this seems like a scam. No, it wasn't a scam. It's that the organization was small enough and inexperienced enough with submitting applications that they did so very poorly, but it wasn't any sort of malfeasance. So, it isn't that obvious. And the only criteria we had is 12 months. They had to have been in operation for 12 months and everybody met that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Technically, this is advice, right? We've solicited advice and we have received advice. Perhaps we need to do a better job of, making sure that language is a little bit more clear when we do this type of process, in terms of just because, you might be ranked 1 or 2 doesn't guarantee funding.
We do communicate that, by the way. It is very clear to everyone that this is just a recommendation and that the selection ultimately resides with the board. So, I think that it's fair that they would have an expectation, but they have been told.
I'm hearing concern from Ken, though, that we might be switching up midstream and then that could cause some problems.
So, Chair, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you, are you suggesting that, are you recommending that we maintain the original request for grant applications and process and evaluation, and just decide which ones we want of that? Or are you recommending that we go with the suggestion was the option that was offered by Ken of doing a whole new grant award request?
I would prefer to try and salvage the work that was invested in this. But also kind of get, what's your lens that you apply to this stuff? Maybe not so much as come up with a list, but describe what your priorities are with this. Same with Commissioner Sterrett. And, in hindsight, we probably should have made it more clear, right? When we were setting up the criteria, because I think part of the shock was comparing capital construction to, very small nonprofits that are asking for operating funds. And that doesn't seem fair. So perhaps.
Excuse me. I'm getting too comfortable.
Trying to
here.
get attention. Okay. Commissioner Kula wants to speak, just going about it in a very inappropriate way.
Very inappropriate. It's the first time this year you've said inappropriate. I'm
So
sorry.
that's my suggestion on how we salvage it, because ultimately we have the discretion, this is advice. If you come forward and say, gosh, I really like, items 45 through 51, right? We might say, well, Commissioner Kula, those are 45 through 51. Like, they didn't get the buy-in of the committee.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to sort of salvage their input as well as our role of, and responsibility of getting them the money out the door.
And then can you describe to me, it sounds like your preference in your own mind, at least, is to prioritize operating expenses versus capital expenses. And if we're going to do that, then I would like to make a whole proposal about why it's important to fund capital. But
Not necessarily, but I do think that since there's such large dollar items, that maybe we cap that. Maybe that is how we do it, and just say, we're only going to put $1 million towards capital, and the rest of it goes, or maybe it's $1.5 million. I don't know, but
and how much
Because I
do
do
we
think
have
it's
right now for capital?
We didn't allocate by program or by category. we left it open. We have done that in the past, and we did that with some of the CARES funding too, which is to say, you know, each of the different categories had a different overall cap.
I guess there's about $1 million here if we include housing authority as. There's a million option 3, sorry.
Yes, I think they're highlighted red.
And there's 700. Oh, there's there's about $1 million in option 1 as well.
So
Which
are we
is the
clear
difference.
on- are we clear on next steps, or there's mud?
Well, and to be honest, my recommendation now, I guess I would suggest that maybe we continue this to next Thursday, because I would also like to connect with Carrie so we could sit down based on the discussion here, because admittedly, this is kind of a struggle sitting here in room 32 and trying to come up with possible solutions without getting into the applications or getting into some of the details. And maybe if Carrie and I, and while, you know, you can also look at it and see if you have other possible solutions, questions, or other ways to approach that. I feel like at this point, there's concern about what was presented as a recommendation. And we're trying to come up with you know, some guidance or some recommendation on how best we can proceed moving forward. And honestly, I feel like we're doing it, you know, staff and this service for the board on being able to provide a recommendation right here on the fly. And I would like to just time out, reset, let me get it done. Very nice. Take a look at some of this and maybe come back next week. And see if and be ready to talk about some solutions on, because from what I'm hearing, you know, the first attempt should be on trying to establish the current process and the work that's been done. So I have some ideas that are bouncing around in my head, but at this point, I don't want to necessarily be throwing it out here because they haven't been fully thought out or fully done. I'm trying to be courteous with everyone's time as well, because I know we still have a full agenda that we haven't gotten to.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so commissioners, we will continue this discussion to next Thursday.
Okay, that seems reasonable.
Thank you.
And then if there's thoughts, if there's ideas, if there's specific areas, if tonight you have an idea that, hey, this is, you know, send it to us and we'll see if we can take a look at the various options and see if we can come up with a few options on how we can proceed to help kind of narrow, reduce, refocus before what I call the nuclear option, which is hit reset and release a new one. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
thanks
to
for your
all
time, Carrie.
the,
Advisory board.
thank you to our advisory board and our selection committee members as well for all of their work. Okay, so we are going to move on to item I, other business. I1 is consideration of approval of amendment number 1 to an agreement between Yamhill County and Mid-Willamette Valley Council of Governments, COG, Board Order 14-329, for a 90-day project to deploy an ArcGIS enterprise server environment in the amount of $99 per hour and not to exceed a total of $27,730, effective upon approval through June 30th of 2022.
Chair, I would move that we approve item I1.
Wonderful. Commissioner Kula moves approval. Is there a discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. I2, consideration of approval of amendment number 2 to agreement number 173153 between Yamhill County and the Oregon Health Authority, Board Order 21-490, adding funding for mobile crisis services in the amount of $261,881.05, retroactive to January 1st, 2022 through December 31st of 2022.
Chair, I'd move approval.
Okay. Mr. Starrett moves approval. Is there further discussion?
No, Chair.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I3, consideration of approval to add 3.0 full-time equivalent FTE of HS Specialist 3 in the Health and Human Services position management roster for related agenda item I2.
I would move approval of item I3, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Starrett moves approval. Is there further discussion?
No change.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item I4, consideration of approval of an amendment to the 2019 through 2022 CBA between Yamhill County and Teamsters Local Union Number 223 to correct typographical errors in Article 13 Health and Welfare, retroactive to March 22nd, 2022. And I will move approval of item I4. Is there discussion?
No change.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item I5, consideration of a letter to the Oregon Secretary of State, SOS, regarding the processing of voters' ballots during elections. And Commissioners, this is a letter that I added to the agenda in response to mainly the latest special election in March, where we had a significant number of ballots that were being returned to sender. And our county clerk was on it right away and likely discovered that it was because of human error in the Portland Post Office, because they were feeding the ballots into the scanner backwards, the wrong side of the envelope. So it was reading.
Oh, I see.
It was reading the voter address scan bar versus the county address. And so our concern is that if that happens in a statewide election, it could be a disaster and lots of confused voters and everything. So I met with him last Thursday for a couple hours. We went through everything that he was seeing. And this was a suggestion that came forward just to let the Secretary of State know that this was an issue. Because I think we're the first election or first couple elections that have happened this year so far. And then this will be followed up actually today with a meeting between all of the 36 county clerks and the Secretary of State
I was gonna say that. Yeah,
and
that was gonna be my addition.
the Portland postmaster. So it's kind of just like a reinforcement, but we're concerned about this. So I will move approval of item I5. Is there further discussion?
No, and
Okay.
I got I had asked the clerk if he could be here just to give more perspective, and he said, actually, I can't, because at the same time as your
Yeah.
meeting, I will be at the meeting. My
Yeah.
gosh,
And I
everything's
did,
making sense.
I did send the clerk the letter, the draft letter, so he weighed in with some suggestions, and so those have been incorporated.
Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Bershauer, for the record, moves approval. Any further discussion?
No, I think this is reasonable, and they're working on it, and it's reinforcement.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And then item I6 is consideration of a letter to Congresswoman Bonamici in support of the community project funding request for the Barbara Roberts Career Technical School. This is something that I added. There's a deadline coming up, as you've been sending emails out for this particular set of funding. And so the Sheridan School District has requested support letters. I noticed that we all wrote one individually.
Because there wasn't time.
Yeah, right. So we
That's
did it
funny, I didn't know
individually
that.
for the, what would that be, the Senate side?
The Senate
And then-
side.
And then, so,
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure we could get something in by the deadline. as a
Yeah, thank
group.
you.
So I will move approval of item I6. Is there further discussion?
No.
And if you noticed, I took some of like excerpts from your letters and put them in this one. Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, item J, public hearings, we have none. And that leaves us with announcements. Commissioners, any announcements?
Sure.
I was just going to say, we're seeing that we've got some significant workforce issues. The Northwest Senior Disability Services, both Carlisle and Smith, actually canceled our contract to finish the audit because they don't have anyone to do it.
Oh,
That's
wow.
kind of significant. So we really do have some problems.
Wow.
And then Ken and I got that email yesterday afternoon from Yamhill County Soil and Water Conservation District, who is doing the organizing for the wildfire prevention workshop in coordination with a lot of different people. And we have the dates, and I will forward them on, or we'll make sure that you all get them, but it's at the end of April and the beginning of May, kind of around the county. And it's primarily around how to take care of your own space. So chainsaw practices, burn piles, that kind of thing, best practices from foresters.
Well, we're glad that you got that to us. We've
Finally.
been waiting for it.
I know, I'm going to
And,
one, but I won't go to all of them.
When did you say the timeline was?
I will, I'll just forward it to you, because they're,
I will forward.
oh, yeah,
I
that's
can-
right, it came to you.
Yeah, I'll forward the update, because just a reminder, there was a $10,000 Title III funding request that was approved by the board
Okay.
to support this programming.
Okay, good to see that come forward. Anything further for the good of the order?
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks,
Thank
staff.
you,
Okay.
Megan and Carolina. You guys have been
Yes.
awesome.
With our dot matrix printer noise.
Yeah.
We will figure this out.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Chair.